did a lot of online offerings. And we started to gather a community of like-minded people throughout the whole world. When we started back doing in-person, small little things at Ishtara, we kept getting asked, could you stream? Could you go online? And we've decided to go ahead and do that this time. So this offering is going to be recorded. It's going to be live on YouTube and Facebook. And so even if you want to reference back, you can go back to that library that we're going to start creating for these sort of seminars. So I'm going to give a few front of house tips for today and give the safety briefing and so on, and then give a brief introduction. And then we'll bring on our main speaker, Dr. Harry Ramnarine, to speak about this exciting project called Ishtara Genomics that he's been working on for the last several months. So I want to give a special thanks, first of all, to Western Scientific and Mr. Edwin McCoon for giving us this lovely venue, generously donating this venue to us, together with all of its fantastic facilities, for us to host this seminar today. He's not here today with us, but I know that he'll be catching us on the stream. Just to say that the toilet facilities are located on the outside of the auditorium area. So you proceed out through the back, through the dining area, and then take a right and another right, and there are male and female toilets provided at that side. We're going to have a couple of short breaks during the presentation that's going to last between 9 o'clock till 1 o'clock. There's tea and water available at the back in the dining area. So that's right to the back of the auditorium on the right-hand side. And we also have a light vegetarian lunch carded for you starting about 11 o'clock, okay? I'm going to move right on to the safety briefing now, which I'm going to read for you at the request of the health and safety team. Good morning, everyone. It is with great pleasure that I bring you the HSE briefing today. Please note there are no scheduled fire drills planned for today. If you hear the fire alarm today, it will require an immediate evacuation. Your safety is our main priority, and in order to accomplish this task in keeping you safe, it is essential you become aware with our emergency procedures in order to respond accurately if an emergency should occur. In the event of an emergency, an alarm will sound and strobe lighting will be seen coming from the fire alarm horns. Once the alarm sounds, it requires you to evacuate the building in a very orderly and calm manner, with the assistance from our fire wardens, who will be identified wearing high visibility vests. Please take note of exit at the front left. Exiting via this exit, you will see another exit sign. Take the staircase on the left leading downstairs, which will then take you to the reception area. Once the front door is opened, you must exit the building and assemble in the muster point area in the visitors car park, located to the left. However, if the front doors are closed and access to exit is unavailable, the front door has a special emergency feature whereby it can be pushed open and function as a swing-type door. Once you're outside, you must assemble in the muster point area in the visitor car park located on your left. Exiting via back left exit sign. If exiting using the back exit sign, you will see another exit sign which leads to the fire escape staircase. This fire escape staircase will allow you to exit to the back of the building. Once you're outside of the building, proceed to the front of the building and assemble in the muster point area in the visitors car park located to the left. Fire wardens will guide everyone safely to the muster point area. Once it appears that everyone has been evacuated from the building, the chief fire warden will then do a head count to account for all persons. Guidelines you must adhere to. Follow all instructions given by the fire wardens, safety officers, and fire officers. Do not use the elevators. Use only the staircases. Do not attempt to go to the washrooms before evacuating. Do not attempt to re-enter the building to retrieve anything. Do not get into your vehicles and drive away after exiting the building. This will lead to us thinking that you are still in danger and you may be still in the building. Only when the chief fire warden or fire officers determine that the building is safe to re-enter, then you can do so. Other things to note. This property is a no-smoking environment. If electricity cuts off, the building is equipped with standby generators, which will start up 15 seconds after electricity has cut off. Washrooms are located on the left through both exit doors. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? So this concludes my HSE briefing. Thank you. Right. So that's just, thanks for the applause there, Sandy. So that's just the technical part over, okay? So now we can get on with the fun and exciting stuff. So one of the things that came to mind when I thought about doing an introduction to Ishtara Genomics is that, you know, we still get a lot of very basic and simple questions at Ishtara. You know, what should I be eating? What supplements should I be taking? What kind of exercise I should be doing? And a lot of these things are available there on YouTube. I can reference people to all these sort of things. And that's not really what we're about at Ishtara Center. We're about really pushing the envelope and looking at cutting edge research into a sort of a new space, a new paradigm in health and wellness. Okay, so yes, a lot of the work that we do is in educating and re-educating our clients, our patients, and the general public when we have outreach events like this into the sort of the healthy things and healthful things that you can do for yourself to live longer and better and healthier lives, you and your family. But look at some of the tools that we have nowadays in the real world. We have AI, we have quantum computing. Things are moving at a lightning pace. The whole world has already changed, and we haven't even realized it yet, okay? And so if that is the reality that we're living in, then our access to technologies in terms of medicine and in terms of wellness and in terms of longevity, it really has to keep up with that, right? And I'm, as yet, not seeing anything in that space that is doing that, you know? You can now access an AI algorithm that can be a doctor for you. It's passing medical board exams. It's passing law exams and these sort of things, you know. So where does that leave us? Where does that leave us as medical doctors going into the future? You know, we really should seriously take a think about it, right? And that's why I'm excited about this particular project. Because when I really sort of explore the potential and the possibilities of this sort of technology that my dad has been working on, that Dr. Harry Ramnarine has been working on to create, I realized that it's actually a library. And that's why we use the term genomics, because your genome is a library. It's a library of potential, a library of possibilities, and it's really, really very exciting. And that's what you're going to find out about today. What is there, what is available, and we've really tried to sort of come up with something that is fully interactive as well, so that you can interface with it, right? So it can be used actively or passively. And when I started to use it, so I waited for the R&D phase to kind of be over, and then I wanted to be an adopter who was using it a little bit later on. When I started to use it, what I found was that, okay, I could use this actively or passively, and both were good. They were just different ways of utilizing the technology. But the interactive way of utilizing the technology I found was really exciting, because then it just takes it to another level, and it really made it cutting edge, bringing it into this realm of quantum computing and AI and that sort of thing. And that's really where we want to be, and that makes it something that is unique and something that is really special. So that's what you're really going to be hearing about today from us, and that's what I know all of you expect to hear today from us, because you don't want to hear back a lot of the old stuff, and that's not what we're going to be giving you today. So we're going to be taking you on a journey today, telling you about Ishtara Genomics and telling you about where we started off and where our thinking was in terms of what we wanted for our patients, what we want for ourselves, what we want for our patients, and where that guided us on a journey and a progression to where we actually have a product now that is usable and is accessible for everyone. All right. So without much further ado, I'm going to invite Dr. Harry Ramnarine up on stage to continue with this talk. So please give him a warm welcome.
Enormous task I have here. It's called Mission Impossible as well. But at the end of the day, I feel now, in myself, when I look at this whole project, I call it at the beginning a healing project, but we'll tell you a little bit more about it as we go along. I felt more and more downsized, small size, when I look at the whole project and what it's become. Today, I feel almost like a sand grain compared to all of this. So I would like to start to tell you a little bit about Ishtara, because we need some background. And all of this is about 40 years of work in this particular field. I worked for about 5 years in the Port of Spain General Hospital, and I left. I decided I had enough, and I walked away from it. I remember my boss asking me, so what are you going to do? And I said, I have no idea. And he said to me in just few words, that's a stupid way to run your life. And I said to him, thank you. Eventually, I left the hospital. I didn't know really what I was going to do, but I left myself open, and I had to leave the old to find the new. Eventually, Ishtara became part of what I'm about and what we are all about. So I'll tell you the story of Ishtara. I wanted to find a word as well that meant a center of light. And that has meaning. Meaning in the sense that if you say the center of light, then that's totally different. The center of light means the only center of light. A center of light means one of many, one of thousands. So I used my intuition together with my instruments, electronic instruments, and worked out a word. First of all, I got 7 letters, and it's still 7 letters. And eventually, I started with the alphabet, and I asked, what is the first word? And I got I, and then we went along until we got Ishtara. I was a little bit puzzled because I did not know what the word is going to be. But I looked at it, and I saw Ra at the end, and I thought, well, that's a sun god, right? So it's light. Then I saw Ish at the beginning, which means God as well in Sanskrit. Then I saw Tara, which means a star and light again. And then I saw Ishtar, which is a goddess of love. And when I saw all of that, I said, wow, I'll take that. We'll take the word. And so that's how the word came into being many, many years ago, more than 3 decades ago. Niraj mentioned that this project probably was a few months, but I will tell you, 2020 has been a very interesting year in the life of the planet. 2020 was not just about the beginning of a pandemic. It's the beginning of a change, a complete change on the planet, actually. What we all knew as our reality, our way of thinking, what we felt we knew of the truth just came to an end suddenly. And what is happening beyond 2020 is a whole new paradigm on this planet, if you already have not started to feel that way and recognize that. And so going forward, we all have to drop what we knew as our reality, what we knew as truth. Truth is never something that is finished. It's always evolving. And the truth equals what is called the universe and what is called God. And we come back to that too. So the Center of Light was created, and it's not as a building. We felt that in Trinidad, at least at the center of the island, to have a space that will bring the light of the source itself into that space and send it in every direction. Eventually, it will go into the world. And so that's our contribution from little TNT, for instance, that we have. And the project is larger than me, larger than the boys who work in the practice as well. So that's the story about Ishtara, and it is a center of light. Interestingly, I spoke about a center of light and the center of light. Did you not realize that during the pandemic, they always referred to the science? Isn't that interesting? Which meant to all of us that you cannot have another opinion. You cannot have another view, even if what the science is not the truth. Right? If they spoke about science, then we are talking reality. We're making sense. But when you say the science, no discussion. And that's what happened during the entire pandemic. But we leave that as it is. We need to go beyond that. So let us go back to maybe stories. When I was quite young, about 5 to 6 years old, I lost an aunt. And then when I was around 11, 12, I lost another aunt. I was really angry at the very beginning about death. I thought at the time, death must be a nasty thing. That was my words in those days, right? Maybe I should not be saying that now. And I felt defeated in myself. I felt, you know, what could I do? I remember my mother's cousin dying at the age of 20-something, I believe, from kidney failure. And every night, all of us used to go, because she was very close to this uncle, go to the village where they lived, and he's lying there with kidney failure, all swollen up. In those days, no treatment, so you're sent home to die. And guess what? All the religious groups used to come, every one of them, and sit down or stand and pray. And I was witnessing this, and I was in prayer as well. And I'm saying, something's wrong here. Why is God not doing something to help this man? And I got even further disappointed in all of this thing, because he ended up dying. And again, that had a tremendous impact on me. And so I started a journey starting to ask people, more than 30 years, do you all think that you're going to die? And everybody says to me, yes. And I wonder why they're saying yes. And then I ask the patients, why do you think you will die? But everybody's saying yes, for sure. And they are so certain. After a while, I started to just listen to how they answer the question rather than what they are saying. And I realized that in their answer, they are saying that they are certain, as long as we are born, we're going to die. I couldn't accept that. I have never accepted that in my life. And I feel my mission impossible, as I've said before, we have defined something called 3 Ds: disease, degeneration, and death. And I've come to a conclusion that there's a cause for disease, there's a cause for degeneration, and there's a cause for death. And I'm certain that you have heard me saying this for many years. But I'm going to say that a lot of this is going to be repeated. You know why? Said in that time, it carried a certain vibration at an octave, this level. Today, we are bringing the same information, but it's at a higher octave, which is going to penetrate deeper into you and help you to understand this even more. So pardon me if I'm going to repeat some stuff today, this morning. So death always has a cause. But here is the original state of human beings. When you come into this world, you have health, you have life, and health comes from life. And where does life come from? The source of life, which is what we call God. So there's no cause for any of those things. Because if you have a final cause for health, then something is wrong. Health is your absolute natural state. You cannot find a cause for life, and you cannot find a cause for what we are calling God, by whatever name. There are no causes there. But on the other side, we have a whole paradigm, which I call a programming of disease, degeneration, and death. And they all have causes. So here's what. Aren't we all sitting here prepared, now understanding this, to work on ourselves to get rid of that cause? And that's the mission impossible that I took on. You know, remember Mission Impossible and Jim? And I thought, maybe let's proceed and see where we go. Today, that's where we are. This year, I will be 70 years old. And I think I've come to an end of a life. I was crawling like a caterpillar. I think it's time for all of us here to stop being caterpillars. And 2020 is the beginning of that process of moving us from a caterpillar life into a butterfly life, shifting our consciousness to a next level. And that's what 2020 is all about, a whole shift. If we get bogged down by the pandemic and all that is what it is, then we are going to be lost. Let us open our eyes, open our minds, open our hearts to look further and to understand that it is not, the pandemic is only a small bit. It was important, don't get me wrong. A lot of people died, but at the same time, hidden behind the scene, there was something else that is growing and emerging. And this is what we are talking about. So let's look at the whole concept of what is God in whatever language you like. So my understanding of it has not come from reading any books. It's come from being in the silence. I've spent the last 40-something years sitting quietly for a couple hours every night, being alone. You know, the word alone is a very lovely and powerful word. Al means father, and one with Father, one with God. Would you get that? That's the power of alone. Lonely is a different emotion altogether, totally different. So we should all look forward to having that alone time when we are in tune with ourselves and we are in tune with the whole universe. So let us go back to the concept of what God is. When we think of God, what is this? Now, everything in the universe I've discovered has 3 components. And so God also has 3 components. So let me give you the view of it. So God is the unknowable. We do not have any inside of us, any senses to perceive, to understand that. That's why I call it the unknowable. Some people call it the param brahm. Some people will call it the void. But the void is an interesting word. We can only guess around the periphery of what void is. The emptiness, the nothingness, the darkness, and so on. It's a mystery. In fact, the native Indians of North America referred to that in their language as great mystery. I found that fascinating. Great mystery. So no one can understand that aspect of the divine. Because we, in this form, we have no faculties, no senses to appreciate, to understand, and to even know about that. But here's what. Out of that comes light. And light is a very broad term. What that light is actually the quantum field of the physics. It is the space to the order. It is between my hands here. Space. It's called the God energy field as well. It is called also heaven as well. That is it. We are living in that. In that we do all our business in life. We express ourselves. We live. We gather stuff from it. But here's the problem. We are not in sync with it. We are not in tune with it. So that's the second aspect of the divine. The next aspect of the divine, of God, is now what comes together. And by the way, in that field, every element that exists in nature exists in that field at the atomic level or at the vibrational level. And now out of that comes together stuff which creates the material world, what is called nature. So this entire physical universe is God, that has three components. We can perceive the physical world with our five senses. We can perceive the quantum field, the God field, heaven, only with our inner sense, the sixth sense, and probably the senses beyond that in ourselves. But there is nothing in us that can perceive the unknowable. So that whole spectrum is God. We already live in heaven. There's an interesting concept that we have all been told in life, and these concepts turns out to be the process of what we have been told about death. I think we have all been conned into accepting death. Because there are two versions. You're either, when you die, going to heaven, and in different languages, maybe Jannah, or maybe paradise. And everything that we are told about that is beautiful, and we'll all want that. But in order to get that, we have to die. On the other side, we talk about reincarnation, coming back again. And many people now in the modern age tending to move away from that and to accepting the concept of reincarnation. And again, they would tell us all the beautiful things that would happen in the next life because of the life we are living in now. And so, who wouldn't want that too? We'd all want that. But in order to get that, we have to die. When I was about 8, 9 years old, I asked the priest who, accepts reincarnation. I said to him, how can I get into a better life in the next time? How can I get into what he called enlightenment? And he said, you don't have to worry about that. You'll have to come back 367,000 times. I decided I'm not going to ask him any more questions. It was kind of interesting. Then I said to him, if we have reincarnation, why is it that it takes so much energy? It takes a whole village, apart from the parents in the house where you were born, to bring up a child. And we have to die to come back? What's the point in that? That doesn't make any sense to me. So I asked him about that too. I said, why do we have to go through that? I don't see any sense in that. He looked at me and he said, look, you get away from here. So no more answers. So at the end of it, now we understand what God is, or at least what I've given you. Oh, saw a finger up. Yeah. So that's the aspect of God. So God is the whole universe and everything you see. Now let us look at man. Man is an expression of that divine. Man is not a created being. Man is a manifestation of the infinite. You too have three aspects to yourself. So you and me, we all, and everything in this universe is God. Now we have we're talking about human beings. So a human being is a total manifestation of the divine. We are infinite beings. We are infinite beings. But that infinite stuff is now manifesting in a physical form. And the physical form also has three components. And the three components of the physical form is a material component. And this happens to everything that exists in the universe. What I mean by that, I'll make it simple. So if you take a piece of gold in your hand, that has matter, as you can identify. It looks like gold, feels like gold, and so on. And it is gold. But then at the vibrational level, which is the atomic level, you cannot see it. You're getting to now to the quantum level. And the word quantum simply means tiny or small, right? So you don't have matter that you can hold. You have electrons, protons, and neutrons. And in gold, you have, I think, it's about 79 electrons, 79 protons, 79 neutrons, roughly, right? Whereas copper is different, oxygen is different, and so on and so on. Now, so you see there are three different things. So far, we are discussing two. So the material level, then the atomic level, or the vibrational level, or the energy level of gold. And then you have a third component. And the third component is the informational field. So you have matter, energy, information. All of us sitting here, you are material body, you have energy system, and you also have an informational field. And the informational field in you is where all our data is stored. The data that is stored is the good, the bad, and when the bad manifests as the ugly in us. All of us sitting here, we all have components of those. All right? So that's the triad, the holy triad in everything that exists. So we too, the triad. If what I've come to, and I will share it with you, you don't have to accept it today. If I were to drop dead right now, Harry Ramnarine is finished totally. Totally. There's nothing that's going to remain except memories that people all have in themselves, and whatever is done in the field, in the quantum field, or whatever all of us do, it's in the quantum field. It's called the Akasha, or the Akashic records, or whatever. But Harry Ramnarine is finished totally. What we call soul and spirit, we use different terms and we confuse ourselves, and we still remain confused. But what is called soul and spirit is purely divine God energy. That's what it is. It's God. So when we die, the divine goes back to itself. And the physical body, which is matter, energy, and information, that disintegrates. Okay? Now, you may feel sad about that. But what is the future, the real future of humanity? Is to get beyond this. I will give you an example. Our bodies is not from this earth. Absolutely not. Your body, the body you have, is all about light. Light. Water, I've said many times in the webinars before, is liquid light. Your body is about 70% water. If you really, I mean, this may not sound very scientific, but if you really go to a crematorium and see a human body cremated, it comes down to a very tiny amount of ashes. Just think that that's the earth inside of you. Very, very small amount of earth in you. So the body that you all have here is absolutely light body. So you already have a light body. The problem is that we are operating at a very low frequency. And everything that happens in this world is to literally bring our frequencies further and further and further down. That's why we have so many cancers today. We have so many chronic diseases today. It's all about bringing your system down and down. Literally small sizing us. In fact, I think they don't want us to live more than about 60, 70 years old. That's the feeling I get, because the average age of human beings is getting less and less. We have more cancers today, more than ever before. We have more heart diseases. We have more diabetes. Or just name them, all the diseases. We have a huge amount of that today. So there's something happening in the field that is contaminating the field energy-wise, that is downloading inside of us, that is actually taking us away from life, away from the health, life, and the divine that we are, into a totally different direction of disease, degeneration, and death. So the push is always towards that. I have asked hundreds of people in the last 3 years, do you think that the divine, God, will create a virus to kill millions of people? What would you answer that to be? And everybody has said no. So then you will know what has happened actually. Because if the answer is no. Interesting, isn't it? Because I would say again, there's no destruction in God or the divine, and there is no death in God. Absolutely no death in God. And if we are nothing but a manifestation of the divine, then guess what? We have the opportunity in this lifetime, and everybody, even before us, had that opportunity to lift the frequency of our lives. And guess what the future of humanity is all about? It's about lifting our frequencies until we get to that point where we are in sync with this quantum field called heaven too, and we can enter there and become invisible and come back by lowering the frequency back into this physical if we want. Don't you think, seriously, we're talking about quantum physics and quantum theory today. Do you think that Jesus is stuck in that world and is waiting for a time to come back, a second coming? The answer is no. Jesus has been coming thousands of times back and forth all the time because he has attained that ability. Simple like that. So here's to understand this a bit better. When you get home, take a pot of water and put it on your stove, but keep away from the matches or the gas. And just observe the water. And the water is very still. But at the atomic level, at the quantum level, there's motion. Electrons are moving around and so on, the nucleus. But put on the fire now. Start to increase the frequency of the water. And observe the water in the pot. It will start to move. It will start to boil. It will start to bubble. And it will start to move and become invisible in the quantum field. And water, H2O, which is liquid light, can all disappear from the pot. All right? You all have had that experience. But the water hasn't died. The water has not disappeared. It is in the quantum field as H2O. And give it a chance to condense, then what happens? It comes back and could drop like water on the earth again or in the floor. Isn't that what we all experience when we look at the rain? Exactly. And our body is 70% water, just to remind you again. So what we are trying to show you is a different path from 2020. And for the last 3 years, we have been spending many, many hours trying to figure this out and trying to bring it to a conclusion. But I can tell you how frustrated I've been many nights, walked away from the practice at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning without any answers. But I kept persisting. Something was pushing me until finally something happened. So just going to stop for a moment and give you time to soak all of that in, to digest it, because we have to start thinking differently. What I've just done there is to literally shatter some of the old belief patterns that we all carry. And if we are not prepared to let it go, then we cannot move forward. We already live in heaven. We can have access to all the goodies from heaven. But everything is pulling us away from that. That's why we have so much poverty in the world. Poverty. I define poverty as simply that state which prevents us from sharing. So I will go further and discuss with you and have a chat, talk about what the human nature is all about. In my own way of thinking, I get all the information through the meditation. What happens is that there are 3 aspects of the human being that we need to develop. And I've said this before. The first is intelligence. Intelligence has nothing to do with knowledge that comes from the outside. It's all about what comes from the inside. So intelligence has an outward manifestation and an inner core from which that manifestation comes. So then you can literally look around and see how much intelligence we have among the population. First, the outward manifestation of intelligence is actually the ability to face the unknown and to be able to manage it or to deal with it. What I mean by that is something you've never come in contact with, you know nothing about, but if you have intelligence, it will lead you step by step to be able to figure it out, to deal with it. That isn't the outward manifestation of intelligence. The core of intelligence, on the other hand, is compassion. So if you look in the world with people who are filled with knowledge, and we have enough knowledge to literally drown us today on the planet. We have so much information that we are totally confused by all of it as well. And every day you pick up your phone and you get information, you go more and more into that. More information and more knowledge. And where is it taking us? Is it taking us to the direction where we want to go or taking us further away? We get caught up. In fact, what it does to us is take us away from the quiet time. And we lose that because we are looking some bit of information every day, get more knowledge. So you look at individuals, they have a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, but there's no compassion. Because in the world, they teach us how to be selfish, how to gather information and become yourself only. And that doesn't get us anywhere. So intelligence, again, to repeat, is the outward manifestation, or in its outward manifestation, is the ability to face the unknown. Where does the information come from? From the divine within yourself, revealed to you step by step as you make the progress through it. But if you feel that you can't do it and you start going backwards, nothing will come out of you to help you along the way. And as I said, the core is compassion. Let us talk about compassion, which has this. Compassion is like the feminine and love is like the masculine aspect of it. It's the same, just the yin and the yang. These lights that we have here is fueled or funded by an unseen electrical current that comes through it. You know what the nature of all human beings is like? The nature of the human being. Let me just take one step back. The highest vibration on this planet is what we call God. That's the highest vibration. There's no other vibration that is beyond that. And I've already defined God for you in 3 different levels. And they're not, one is not less important than the other. They're all the same, just different aspects of it. So this light is funded by electricity, an invisible thing that you cannot see running through the wires. The human being, and it gives off light. But here's what, nobody created this or made this to need light. So the human being, our nature, is to be funded by this light of God, by the energies of God, whatever you want to call it. But the manifestation of it, it creates life in us to start with. But the manifestation of it, which is the next highest vibration on the planet, is love. That's what it is. And where love is blocked, every known disease would appear in your body. That's the true nature of all disease, where love is blocked. All of us are guilty of that. All of us have that, because none of us sitting here would have gone through life with somebody or something or some situation not really doing that to you. You know, some harmful thing to you or some bad thing to you. And we get caught up in it. And we learn to be angry and to hate and so on and so on. But the natural state of us is love. But then we hear stories like Dr. Ramnarine, we have to love ourselves first. That is not what it's about. That is crap. Sorry to put it that way. The minute you start to want self-love, there's a big block in you somewhere. We're not manifestation to have love. The manifestation is to have the flow of the divine flowing into you freely. And the manifestation of that outwardly is love. So we don't need love, but they tell us, and everybody's searching for love. That's the big mistake that we have made. The minute you start to allow love to flow out of yourself, which is your natural and absolute, health will start to happen. And not only that, the flow of the divine will start to be much more powerful through you. So go and practice. Go and practice. I told somebody recently, start with a cup of water that you're drinking or the glass of water that you're drinking. Silently put love into it. The food that you're eating, the same thing. The space that you have around here, the same thing. People that you meet, the same thing. And if you start practicing to allow love to flow, then the light of the divine will start to flow even more and more into you. So that's a starting point. So let us just stop a moment and all take a deep breath, and I'll tell you what you can do. Let me demonstrate first. So we're going to change the energies in the space here. All right? So don't do it yet. I'm going to just demonstrate first. So take a deep breath, and then you're going to, let's be quiet and hum. So let's do 3 breaths, and we're going to change the energies in the environment. And at the same time, with that sound, allow the love from your being, from your heart, to fill the space. So you're not doing it for you, you're doing it for everybody in the space, including the space. So we'll change the quantum state in the space here. So let's all go now. 3 breaths. First one, take a deep breath. Another deep breath. Another one. Right. You just learned a technique that is the most powerful self-healing technique that you can use. All you need to do is to take a deep breath and hum. And where your hands go in your body, and also where your mind goes, the energies and this healing will go. So I will demonstrate to you something. So I could take anyone. Who's new here? Who's here? Okay, well, can you walk quickly? So you could stand here. Or come, can you step up? Right. So everybody can see you. So what we're going to do, this may not be the most scientific technique, but it helps. Right, so hold strong, and I'm not going to push it on. I just want to get the idea of your strength. So just hold strong, and that's your strength. Okay. Now, you allow me to touch your nose? So in these times of post-pandemic, deep breath in. Now, hold the breath. Don't let it out. Hold strong now. And now I could push hard, as you can feel, and you're stronger, right? Breathe out. Now do the next side. Okay, and now hold strong as you can. And you have no strength at all, right? Okay, all right, thank you. So what you just learned is actually when she's breathing through her left nostril, the energies out of the quantum field is stronger for her. It acts like a filter. So if you breathe through both nostrils, you can still do the exercise if you don't know. But during the day, I want you to breathe through your left nostril. And if you want to breathe out, you could breathe out through your right nostril, or you could hum. But if you're doing the exercise during the night, switch to the left. Sorry. Right, the right, sorry. Okay. I didn't plan that, but you see, you're all alert. Okay, so if you don't know which nostril, you could just breathe and you hum. Let me explain the physics of that and the vibrations of that. So all of us here would be either right side or left side during the day, and it switches in the night. See, that's why I don't do alternate nose breathing exercises at all. Because what you gain on one side, you will lose on the other side. And we have done this testing electronically. So we know it's to be true. It is true. So what they teach us as anulome viloma, I think, is good, but it will not help you to go further. It will keep you the same level. That's how the world is constructed. The truth is held, and they give you what does not help you. So you practice all your life this exercise, alternate nose breathing, and it absolutely does not get you anywhere. You remain the same level. Sorry guys, I said 2020 is the beginning of a whole change. So if you're not in the flow, you will get like the little weeds that get at the side and remain and get stuck there. Right, so that's a very powerful healing technique. So let me explain now. When you breathe in, you're bringing the light of the divine, the vibrations of the divine. It's called the chi in Chinese, the prana, or the manna from heaven. Same thing. All of it is the same. So when you read in the books, manna from heaven, it is the same thing. Mana, prana, chi, right? Or life force. So you're enhancing your life force. So we call that light. And that is for function of all your cells. So the more energies you have through your breathing, you'll have a lot more energies at every level in your cells. And it downloads essentially into oxygen as well. It goes back into the physical level as oxygen. Now, when you hum, what you're doing is creating what I call dark energies. And we ask people the question, which is more powerful, light or darkness? Most people will say light. 19% of the people will say light. Like a young man about 7 years old yesterday told me when I asked him the question, he said darkness. And then he said to me, to be honest, he's a very brilliant guy. He said, to be honest, I knew it's light, but I decided to see what will happen if I say darkness. So I shook his hand and I said, great boy, you're on the right path. Because now you'll never forget that darkness is the most powerful, because darkness is for regeneration. So I will tell you now the story of how I came to that many years ago. I noticed, when you're old like me, like myself, in your 70s and so on, you have so many patients as a doctor, because I've been a doctor for about how many years, Everett? Must be about, hard to count these days, boy. It's about 47, I think, right? Right, 47. We were in the same class, so easier for this young man to calculate than me. Right. So, in so many years, right? What did I say now? Dark energies. So, the dark energies, I found out people were having good vitality, but yet I noticed over the years people with still degeneration taking place. They're getting older because, when you practice so long, you see the patients go through from young to old. And I wondered why they're getting old, why they're degenerating still, despite the vibrational levels are high. And then I started thinking there must be another energy. And then we started creating algorithms and so on, and then we defined an energy, I call it DX3, for whatever is worth, just to identify dark energies. Then I realized the dark energy is for regeneration. So light is for function, dark energy is for regeneration. And when we tested that, we found it's extremely low in most people, most patients. So we need to start having that dark energies. And humming, the sound energies, generates dark energies from the cells to regenerate. All right? So when you hum, it's a very powerful healing technique. So as I said, it is probably the most powerful self-healing technique you can do. Breathe in. It is more effective if you know which side of your nostril to breathe during the day and the night. Right, so we leave that and we move on. The next thing I want to introduce to you is actually the concept of nutrition. So we started looking at nutrition as an aspect at a quantum level, not so much at the physical, but we have so much food to eat. And we have the good, the bad, and the ugly food too. And we all participate in all of it as well. So the gross level of food is okay. We have enough food. Food comes into our bodies, and it has to get down to a cellular level. What I've been finding in the own testing and research recently is that when you eat, some organs are not getting nutrition. And those are the organs that are going to get sick. So we are finding a parallel connection between the organs that are sick, whether it's the heart or the kidneys or the bladder or the prostate or whatever, or your brain. At the same time that whatever is going on, the nutritional status of the organ is affected. So you have a nutritional deficiency in that organ. So I started to look at how, in simple ways, we could solve that problem. All right? And I found two interesting things so far in every one we have tested. The first thing is, so let me explain a little bit more about that. So somebody explained it. I think it was a guy called Gary Brecka. If you remember that name, you could probably find him on YouTube. Gary Brecka, B-R-E-C-K-A. And he's into that field as well. So I was searching to see if there's any information. So I found him. Now, he goes through a whole process, and he talks about different enzymes and so on. And there is an enzyme that I have problems trying to remember the name of it, so I wrote it down here. It's called methylene tetrahydrofolate reductase. See that? That's an enzyme. Huh? It's an enzyme created in the body. It's called MTHFR, all of that. So I wouldn't have to repeat it again for you. But that's an enzyme. It's called methylation. So let's use the concept of methylation. So when you eat food, you get enzymes in your gut to break it down. Not all of us have good enzyme function, full enzyme function. So some of the food may not be broken down easily for digestion. It gets into your bloodstream, and it has to go into your cells. And interestingly, what I found recently, over the last few months, is that the organs that would get sick, they have the problem of actually refining the food so that it can be absorbed, right? So the sick organs get sick. So how can we deal with that? And I will tell you the simple ways in which you could deal with that just now. So I think Gary Brecka used the concept, and I would use it. I would share his information, and this is what he said. It's like taking crude oil and putting it in your vehicle. It wouldn't work. You need to refine the crude oil until you get the gasoline with the right specs and so on for your car. In the same way, at a cellular level, what you need is a refining of the food before the body can absorb it, or the organ. So what we are finding in the organs that are sick, the organs that get disease, there's also a nutritional deficiency. And since you're doing everything possible, but you're not solving that aspect of it, then you have a problem. Because the body, the organ has to be nourished as well. So they are suffering with malnutrition as well. So how do you solve it? So I found, after a lot of testing, there's a product that you can get, and it could be very cheap if you have a tree, and it's called moringa or saijan, right? And the best way I found to use it is to take the leaves, put it in a cardboard box or brown paper bag, and allow it to dry. And then you can take a small amount and chew it up and eat it. And this actually helps to make this enzyme work in your cell at a cellular level. So moringa, just remember that. So I would suggest everybody go back on that and make sure that your body's nutritional. So the moringa is not supplying nutrients. It is working like what I call a catalyst to help the process of that enzyme. Now we can go back to talk about the enzyme and the genetics, because it takes genes, combination of genes, to actually make all these enzymes. These are proteins in the body. So that there's a deficiency at that level, and we will go on talking about why that deficiency occurs at another level as we go along. So to solve that problem at that local level, moringa is the number one plant food that you can use to solve it. So I started taking a little bit of that morning and evening, and you can take it, the dry one, and chew it up. And then we test people after, and I've been sharing it to the patients recently and testing them before and after, and you have a big difference with the nutritional deficiency in the organ that is sick. So you have a technique, very simple one. Another one which goes beyond, a little bit more than that, is an essential fatty acid called evening primrose oil, with these essential linolenic acid, all right? So my suggestion is everybody, we need supplements. I don't take a whole lot of supplements, and I don't like to, but I believe that we should be taking, these are essential fatty acids that your body cannot produce. So I would suggest all of us here, because it goes beyond the enzyme. The moringa stays at the enzyme level. We are working and trying to find a combination to work with that to go beyond. Because sometimes you can take another herb or so, and so far we are using amla, but it is not giving us the full spectrum. So we will continue to find more information in that field and give you what you could add to the moringa that does a more complete process and healing. But the evening primrose oil works throughout the whole spectrum. So it has an effect at many levels in yourself. So I would suggest that you get evening primrose as a supplement and use it. We need that in this current year to solve some of that problem, because the food chain is now all contaminated. You have so many chemicals in the food chain. And now we come to a very important issue here, and that is the problem of toxins in the body, right? The toxins in the body. So we have chemicals in the food that is actually making us very sick. When your liver has to deal with these chemicals, right, what it does is called conjugation. It adds chemicals to it, and what it's actually doing is actually changing the spin of the food into a spin that is acceptable. I'll explain further. Everything is about spin in the universe. You know, you do not know, but when water is moving, it spins. When you flush the toilet, it's spinning in a direction. When you pass urine, it comes out in a spin. When water comes from the earth, it comes out in a spiral as well. So everything is spinning. The earth is spinning on its axis, and it's spinning around the sun and so on. Everything is about spin. So we have used spin to even make a diagnosis. So we get a quantum tool, and I remember the days when I bought it, and the young doctors were saying, "Dad, what are you doing with a spinner?" So I said, "Just wait a while, I'll tell you." It is a quantum tool. So in 10 seconds, we can test a person to tell them whether they're very sick or not. Because if you are right spin, you are very sick. It means your health level is way below 4 and under. If you're left spin, that you're in a much healthier category. And if you're zero spin, then you have arrived where you need to arrive, like a Buddha, Jesus Christ, Mohammed, and so on. You know, every day I search to find zero spin people, but to date I haven't found any. Because the day I find somebody who is zero spin, I quit the job and just go along with this person, you know. But going back to spin, now I'm going to say this because there's a place for medicine that carries all the spins, right? All right spin medicines are in the pharmaceuticals. So I will repeat in the reverse. All pharmaceutical drugs are right spin. And they're all right spin. Every drug we have tested has been right spin. Right spin remedies are fighters, but they have all side effects too. They're fighters. Now, what do I mean by fighters? I'll give you an example. If you have a bacteria, what do you get? An antibiotic. If you have pain, you get a painkiller. If you have inflammation, you get an anti-inflammatory. So you get the gist of it, right? I don't know anybody doing any research with that, but all medical drugs we have tested, they're all right spin. Gramazone, which is a poison, is also right spin. That is really deadly. All left spin medicines come from the sun, the light. And that means everything in the plant kingdom that we consider as herbs or food, they're all left spin. But here's what, if you spray your broccoli too much chemicals, then you might get the broccoli turning out to be right spin, carrying chemicals if it's too much. And then it could be bad for your health. Then it has to go to your liver. And now if your liver cannot deal with it, then you're in big trouble. It will damage your liver cells and damage also your kidneys as well. So your body has to go through that process of what is happening at the level of physics. It is changing the spin into left spin. All right, everybody got that? That is, so your body may have the capacity, and if you get a new drug on the market, sprayed in the chemicals from the farmers, and your body doesn't know how to deal with it, it will tinker with it, play with it, work with it until eventually it finds a way to deal with it. In the practice over the years, I remember whenever we had a new chemical coming out, we had more symptoms like skin rashes and problems with the kidneys and the liver. And then after a while, the body can deal with it. So it takes time. But in the meantime, it could cause a lot of damage depending on how harmful the chemical is. So that's left spin medicines. And left spin medicines work through the process of nourishing the body. And if you're going to use medicines to heal that is nourishing, then it's going to take a longer time, as opposed to the fighters, which will go and create quick results. So if you're going to use herb to heal, it will take a long time. So, that's difficult. Then you have medicines that are zero spin. Most of our medicines used at Ishtara are zero spin medicine. What are they? They are working at all levels of yourself. And a zero spin medicine has the potential for right spin and left spin as well. That's where the potential is. Because you could take the spinner at zero, and it could go right and it could go left. So then your body now has the ability to change it in which direction, or manifest which direction you need to go. Having said that, the thing is that, and understanding the concept of spin, if you have a lot of toxins in your body, then you want to get rid of it. This is a bit more stable for me. You can do a right spin. This is right spin. And with right spin, you can detoxify yourself. You can get rid of bad energies too. But if you want to nourish yourself and gain more energies from the field, then you spin in the opposite direction, the left spin. So that's where the spinning of the Sufis come into the picture, all right? Okay, so, and in the left spin mode, you can actually become one with the field. And you can enter into meditation with the left spin going this way. But you can also use a little bit of the right spin to detoxify yourself, clear things, all right? But you don't want to go too much into that, meaning too long, because then it can create more disturbances in yourself. Just like drugs, they will prescribe drugs for 7 days, 10 days, and so on. And after that, you should be off. But today, you keep using drugs long term, and then your body has a lot to deal with. I've never been in sync with the fact that, one of the reasons I left the hospital, I will tell you. I remember saying to a patient who was now being diagnosed in the clinic with diabetes, and I was saying to her, you have to take this for the rest of your life, because that's the normal protocol. And I thought, if I'm in the position of the patient, I wouldn't accept that. And that is what triggered me to leave the hospital system many, many years ago. Because, nothing is wrong with drugs in the short term, but if you have a long-term use of drugs, then we're not solving the problem at all. We're not getting to the root of or the cause of the problem. So it left me with trying to find a different way. Now, having said that, and I'm not here to promote products, but I will tell you, I can't help this, but I just brought 2 here. The first remedy that we ever created was a remedy that I call Be Still. I don't know if anybody remember that remedy way back. Be still, right? And I created it because it actually brought you back to your center, and it was grounding. And anything that threw you off your center would put you in a crisis situation. Like, for instance, you get a blow on your head, you get thrown off. You get bad news, you get thrown off. And many things can happen. Somebody gets an acute heart attack, you'll be thrown off. You get a diagnosis that you have a cancer, well, you're thrown straight off your center. And then everything starts to go downhill, not because of the lump that you have or the tumor that you have, but because you're thrown straight off your center. So if you are centered like this, according to the Chinese system, you're centered in your dantian, lower dantian, and then you're okay, and you're strong, and you get thrown off a little bit, then you'll be a little bit wobbly. You get thrown off further, then you can faint, and then eventually you come back to your senses, and then you get thrown off further, and you're unconscious in a coma, or if you're thrown off further, you die. So this remedy, Be Still, and now it's called acute crisis over the years, is bringing us back to your center. A wonderful remedy, a very powerful remedy. I don't know if anything is like this on Trinidad. I don't know about the rest of the world, but it's called acute crisis. And it does, in a few seconds, it brings you back to your center. So you can actually help to save a life until you get proper management for your problem, whether it's a cut artery or whatever, or bleeding. with a gunshot, wound or whatever. But this does bring you to your center. I'm not saying it's going to save everybody's life, but it has the capacity to bring you back to your center, ground you. And when you're in your center and you're grounded, you know what? You are connected to the source. And that's the beginning of healing. So sometimes when I'm too tired to even fall asleep, I take a few drops of this and I go to sleep. And I think some of my patients, actually, some of the Ishtara patients would say it helps them to get themselves back to their center. And so this is a wonderful remedy. And I think all of you know this. And I will just tell you a little bit about Trauma Heal, because all of us suffer with not just physical trauma, but emotional trauma that we all still carrying inside of us. This goes beyond the physical trauma alone, and it does help with emotional trauma as well. So I don't know anybody here who didn't have emotional trauma in their lives. We're all carrying it, and sometimes we're carrying it for life, because I always, as a doctor, would never understand how a woman who was raped could get over that situation. That's impossible, difficult. And it takes a long time even to remove, layers of it. Right, I'm going to give you a story. And the story is about how a cell phone came into the world. So here's a man from the Caribbean. He went to New York and decided one day to go having a walk and explore. So the family members went to their work, to their job sites. And he got lost. But they gave him some coins, and they told him if he got lost, this is a number you could call one of us, the family members, but you need to find a red booth. Right? You go in there and you put in a coin and you can call this number and we will help you if you get lost, just in case. And he did. And so he did what he was told, and they gave him instruction and he was able to get back home. That's the story. But here's what. A person from Europe went on a tour in the Amazon, a boat trip. And, they were going from day to day and coming off at certain spots in the jungle. And then eventually, one man, they couldn't find him. He just moved along, exploring, and they looked for him. They waited, they looked again. They kept another day by, never found him. He was still alive in the meantime. But he went day after day. They left him eventually. They could not continue to search, and he was left behind. After many days, he got dehydrated, no food. He was in a mess. And actually, he was on the verge of dying. And, in his moments, the last moments, he's had a very strong emotion just before his last emotion. If he had a telephone he could call and get, reach out to somebody and, maybe they will find him. But there are no lines. And then he thought, could there be a telephone without lines? A wireless system. If I had one of those, then it would have been easy because we're in the jungle. And that thought that came was very powerful, and then he passed on. And that thought remained in the quantum field. That strong desire to have a wireless phone. If only he had it, he could have saved his life by getting in touch with someone. And that thought remained and it grew in the quantum field. And the quantum field is everywhere. It's close, within a hand's breadth from every one of us human beings on the planet. It's available everywhere. Because it's a micro within a micro. So any thought is in the quantum field. It could be in Australia. We have access to it just around us. That's what the quantum field is all about. And somebody picked it up and thought of the idea, but did not realize that the idea came from a man who was dying, and his last moment, the emotions that went with it was strong enough to create that idea and deposit it in the quantum field. And now he picks it up, not knowing how it happened. And then started to think about maybe it's possible. Then got other people involved, and today we have a cell phone. That's the story of a cell phone that I created so that you understand the concept that all right. So that's the story that I made up to explain the idea. So we have an idea. In the past now, what we have noticed is that everybody wants to lift their consciousness. The mission impossible that I have is to help people to remove this program of 3Ds. On the 6th of January 2020, that's before even the pandemic was announced, I had a meeting at Ishtara, and we had about 61 people. Anybody here was at that particular seminar? I spoke for about 3 to 4 hours on that, and that's alone, just rambling on, and giving people the idea that we need to start a journey to get rid of this. And I gave myself in their presence 10 years. By 2030, those who are interested should be able to participate to lift and get rid of this programming from ourselves. In the last 3 years, from since the 6th of January 2020 till now, we are now past 3 years, in March, we have been working on that project, right? And every night, every day, hours, many hours. This is after work. So normally, I think last night Everett was saying to me, Harry, just leave everything and go to sleep. So I said, boy, I would listen to you. I did. And I went to sleep early for the first time in years. Anyway, we've been working on that program. And I will now talk a little bit about the story about algorithms. So there are two things I want to explain to you that help you to understand. So what is an algorithm? And there's many complicated methods, but I will give you a simple version, because when you understand something, you could explain it to anybody, whether it's a physicist or a guy who is actually picking up your garbage. It's a mathematical construct, putting a number of mathematical codes together to create a specific effect. Everybody understand that? It's a mathematical construct using numbers and codes to create a specific effect. So that's the definition. Simple. I hope everybody could understand that. So many years ago, when I was a little boy in primary school, a teacher came and he says to me, here's a box, an empty box, and use with 9 squares in it. So it's a 3 by 3 square. He wrote it out, and the teacher said to me, well, fill in the numbers so that when you finish, you must add 15 in any direction you add up. So I got to work with it, and after some minutes, actually did it, and I brought him. He looked shocked. And, but I discovered that you had to put 5 in the middle. So that's 5 is in the middle, and then you go around. So any which way you add, whether it's the diagonals or the verticals or the horizontal, they will all add up to be the same. So that's when I was in primary school, I think probably from standard 4. And I worked it out. After that, after many years, so that has been sitting on my desk. When I became a doctor, I did write out one handwriting in parchment paper that I got. So it has always remained with me because I was always fascinated with this magic square. And I started thinking about this magic square. There must be something to it. So some years ago, maybe more than 3 decades ago, I started going around the country, visiting many places in the bush and the forest. Almost got stung by a big tarantula because it dropped on my foot. And I didn't know what to do. If I shake it out, it might just deposit the poison. Didn't know what to do. But eventually, I decided to go on its own. Probably didn't feel, I was happy with the warmth in my foot or the dirt around. So having gone through the process, it took months to create what I call herbal tinctures. It doesn't happen in a month or 2 months. It takes a little while. And then we started using this, and then we realized that, do I have to go through the process again to create these things, to go back and get all these herbs, and it will take a long time. So I thought of a brilliant idea. Can we find a way to digitize this? So I did make a trip, in one of my trips to Germany, and I met with a guy, fortunately, who said to me, using an instrument that he can create for me with a computer, with an out box, so to speak, where you take all of these herbal medicines, put it through an inbox, and create an algorithm or digitize this stuff, and then it can be stored in the computer. I was kind of getting lost, but I was saying yes, yes. And then I just wanted to know if it was getting easier. And then you have an outbox with a small hole lined with copper, and then you put a bottle in there, and so you can then go back to the computer and get the digitized version of the herb into the bottle as vibration or information. Everybody got that? All right. So I thought, wonderful. So then, after a few days, we talked, and then he gave me a price of 250,000 Deutschmarks at the time. That was equivalent to about the same in TT dollars at the time, fortunately. But I didn't have that money, and no way I could get that money to pay him for the equipment. So I thought there must be an easier way to do it. And so I'm giving you all this story because it's coming to where we are today. And it's a vital part of the whole storyline. So I started thinking there must be a simple way, and I don't have to spend $250,000 to do this. So here's what. I decided with the square that I had there, would it work? And I got a positive answer. So I started writing numbers. So what I would do, put a herb on the circuit in my instrument, and then decide how many digits, and a lot of times I got 3 digits. And then I would say which is the first digit, and it might be a 6, second digit is a 2, and the other one might be an 8, so you have 628. And then if you take the square now, then you have to write at the 2 position 629, and at the 3rd position 630, and so on. And then you have now an algorithm that relates to that particular herb, right? Everybody got it? Nobody lost? Who's lost? You lost? Okay, let me try again. So what I did is take the herb, and I'm trying to find a way that I could create a mathematical code, an algorithm that is equal to the herb. So I'm testing it, and I ask, okay, could this 3 by 3 square work? And it says yes. And then I ask, what is the first number? So remember, we're going from 1 to 9. So what's the first number of this herb? And then I got 628. So the second number will be 629 and 630 and so on. And when you add it up in every direction, it will be the same. Is it a bit clearer now? You sure? I'm not saying just yes. So anyway, that being done, then I was able to take that, and now I'm thinking, how can I convert that back into medicine? Well, it took months and months watching this, and one day something unusual happened. So I was looking at the square at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and suddenly I saw like a Christmas tree, a vortex, like that. And it remained for about 5 minutes. I put my hand through it, and I could feel it, take it off, not feeling it, put it back, and I was playing with it for about 5 minutes. And then it suddenly disappeared. And then I thought, okay, if I take a bottle and put it on the square, what would happen? And then I found the information in the bottle with some liquid in it. So that's how it started. Very simple. It took a long time to actually get to that point. So I was able, because I was trying to work out how do I get the algorithm back into this. In the meantime, I had contacted another person from Germany, and he said it could be done. We have to now take this algorithm, create a digital concept that we can store in a computer, then go back into the output, which he can create for me, which is much cheaper. But then what happened is this. If you put an algorithm in the quantum field, the quantum field has everything possible. Remember, we just said that. Now, if you have an algorithm that relates, let's say, to moringa, then if you put the bottle, even if you don't have a bottle there, the algorithm is there. It takes the quantum field around and generates moringa in that area. Because the algorithm is now informing the quantum field, which is nothing but information, to generate the vibes of moringa in that zone. So if I put a bottle there, it's as simple as that. In 3 minutes, I tested it, in 3 minutes, you have your stuff. Everybody confused or a bit clearer? Does it make sense? But I'll go on anyway. Because for the last 36 years, that's how we make our medicines, and they work. What you're doing is actually creating algorithms. So today, the acute crisis is not made from any physical substance plants and so on, of crystals. It is actually made from an algorithm. And that's what it is. And out of the quantum field, when you have an algorithm available, you see, I'll explain it this way. Suppose I give you a green filter and you shine white light through it. What are you going to get out of it? Green light. It absorbs every other color except the green. Okay, is that clear to everybody? Right. Now, if you have an algorithm, it's like a green filter. Let's say for a particular herb. So that in the quantum field will generate that herb in the space, within that space. Is that clearer now? Now that you use the green filter? Right. But that's what has been working. So over the years, the next step for me was actually to try this thing to see if it could exist outside of the sphere. So I created what is called a transmitter, and I created a receiver that links to the transmitter. How this started, I wanted to work out what is the mathematics of a cell phone. That was my thinking then, about 36 years ago. What is the mathematics of a cell phone? And the physics of the cell phone is simple. You're talking on the phone, and that's a cell phone. The information goes through the Wi-Fi to a cell tower. Then that takes it to a satellite. Then it goes back. So if I'm calling Diane here, it goes back to her closest cell tower and then to her phone. All right? So the information goes like that. Last night. Well, you know what happened last night? I went to sleep early. Right. Okay. All right. So now you have the idea of the concept of the physics of the cell phone in just brief description. So what's the mathematics of it? So I thought, if you're talking on a cell phone, the information is available everywhere on the planet and maybe on the solar system. So we just need a receiver to tune in. So that's how some people can tap into other people's phone conversation. And you will know the connection between the States and Germany in the past, where the chancellor's phone was tapped and so on. That's what's in the news, so I can say it. What is not in the news, I can't say. So if somebody can tap into it, it means that if I can create a receiver, the receiver could be in any country that links to a transmitter. So I discovered ways in which I could use mathematical codes as a transmitter and send it to any part. So here's what I did. I have a cousin in New York, and he said he was coming in 2 weeks. So I asked him to get a bottle, put the liquid that I prescribed for him, and I said, put it on this, and I'm going to put a substance in the transmitter, and let's see if it works. When he came back with the bottle, it actually was identical to what, in vibration, to what I did. So then I went to St. Martin. So was it St. Martin? Maybe another country. Could have been St. Martin. I don't remember the country, but I was somewhere in the Caribbean. And what I did is the reverse. So I took the transmitter with me, and I left the receiver in my office, and I did the same thing and got the same result. That is the same vibration. So I started to realize that we can now move things different parts of the world. Guess what? Today I have patients in Vietnam, in Nicaragua, in Mexico, in Europe, different parts. We have patients in the States, in many parts, and in Canada. And all we need to do is send them a receiver, a copy of it. And if I put a remedy and a transmitter in my office, in the quantum field, it doesn't need Wi-Fi. It doesn't need anything. It is connected within the quantum field, because in the quantum field, I would say, with the little I know, space and time collapses, in a sense. You transcend time. So whatever is here in the transmitter, it is there also in the receiver. That making sense to you?
Sorry, I'm not confused right now. This keeps talking, and it put it in what if they transmitter, and they put it in the receiver. How does it get there? Like speaking or?
No, it's not speaking. It's material. So, okay, let me explain again. Just listen carefully. I explained everything in the universe that has three components. Just now, wait. Matter, energy, information. What we are saying is that we cannot move matter, we can move information. But the information of any herb, the information of gold, behaves in the body as the same as the vibration of gold, as the same as the physical aspect of gold. So they're all the same at different vibrational levels. Get that? Yeah. Right. Now, if I put gold on a transmitter, which I call him a transmitter, and I create a receiver only to connect to that transmitter, then that receiver could be in Vietnam, it could be in Mexico. So the minute I put gold on the transmitter, and you put a bottle with liquid, information can be transferred. Is that clearer? You're not carrying speech, you need the phone. Right. Sure, that's clear now. Right. So, all right. Maybe we could take a break. Yeah, let's take a break. I didn't want to take too many questions. No. from the throat downwards, they actually control the physical body. Body is very complex. Huh? There's a lot of matter, a lot of things together. So it requires 5 chakras. The 6th chakra and the 7th chakra, these are the much higher frequency chakras. In fact, all diseases in the human body exist within the 5 chakras. So these never get into a disease state. So you really do not have diseases in the brow and the crown. These are the God centers in you. Meaning that the brow chakra, you're not hearing me?
No, I can't understand. It does look after a disease, a stroke.
Yes.
Where does it come from?
From the 5 chakras down here.
What about the brain? I thought it was in the brain.
Okay. With time, you will get the information. Don't worry. You don't worry. Even if it's in the head, it is still down here. In fact, the brain and the CSF and the brain and so on is all controlled by the lung to a large extent. Right? In Chinese medicine. So, back, you have 7 chakras. 5 chakras, one starts at the base of the spine, the other one under the navel, above the navel, the heart area, and the throat area. Only the physical body can get disease. When we talk about mental illness, that's a no-no. There's no such a thing as a mental illness, actually. That may confuse you at the moment, but hold on. Don't ask any questions yet. The thing is that this chakra deals with the mind. And the mind is a quantum tool. It's a God-given piece of equipment that we have. What is the function of the mind? It is very simple. It is to manifest or create the life that you want. It never gets disease. Only thing that can happen to this chakra is it can either go up to a higher frequency or it could come down to a lower frequency. But there's no disease. So mental illness, really, where does it occur? It occurs at the informational field within yourself. Remember, I defined the body as matter, energy, and information. And in the informational field is where all our stuff is stored. The good, the bad, and the ugly. So disease starts at the informational field inside of ourselves. And that informational field is controlled exclusively by these 5 chakras. In our testing so far, we don't find disease here or up here. Let me give you an example. Let's assume somebody gets a diagnosis of maybe a really bad heart condition that appears incurable, or maybe a diagnosis with cancer. You know what happens to this chakra? The frequencies just get down to a low level. Now you cannot help yourself. Everybody that is coming around your way, okay, go and do this, go and do surgery, go and do radiation, go and do chemo, then you run in that because you cannot think for yourself. You cannot create any positive feeling to help yourself in the process. So that's what happens at this chakra. It never goes bad, it never gets disease. You're asking if something happens in the brain, for instance, the problem is still always down here. We never find disturbances in this chakra and this chakra. This chakra here, as you would see in paintings with all saints, what is happening up here is actually when that chakra is open, you are connected to the source of life, the divine. That's what this chakra is. This one is the link between the two. I'll give you a little story. Jesus, the man, which is simply I am, je suis, that's new, right? Became one with this, which is the Christ-like state. This is also the Buddha-like state as well. And then this one became one with the Father. So the journey is the same. We all go from the physical level all the way up to the Christ-like state. We get to the mental level. And that is what connects us to the field. Anything that you can think about, if this is functioning at a higher frequency, anything that you can imagine, visualize, think about that you want, you can make it happen. Here's how it works. Somebody said, whatsoever you desire, believe that you will have it. If you desire for a red apple, then you should have a red apple within your mind. What you are creating is the substance of the apple, not the apple. And then that substance, immediately, you don't have to move it. Because this is a quantum tool, you don't have to move it. It enters the quantum field. And the quantum field will deliver once you are participating in the process. You cannot just fold your legs and sit down and say, okay, I want to be a millionaire, and it will fall off the sky. You have to find opportunities and get involved and participate. That's what it means, believe that you will have it. So these lower chakras, they get disease, and in every person you will find one chakra is probably the one that you will find the pathology. And when you treat this, you are also treating all of these as well. So the chakras play a significant role as well. Over the years, what we have done, and we define what an algorithm is. Yeah, we define what an algorithm is. I'm getting a cue to get centered, probably. Am I okay?
Are you centered?
Probably not.
If you are centered, then you will be.
Right. Okay. So we just lose track of what we are saying. So the chakras are simply there that are existing beyond. So what we have done is we created algorithms. And I explained what an algorithm is already. It's a mathematical construct to have a specific effect. So many years ago, I was always fascinated by the concept of if you divide 1 over 7, you know what the answer is? 0.142857. And you know what even is more fascinating? Those numbers repeat themselves ad infinitum. So if you divide 1 by 7, you get forget the point, 142857, 142857, 14285, and it goes on and on and on. When I started thinking about that, I thought of like a mala or Shapley with beads, and each bead is 142857. No, 142857. All right? Then I eventually discovered that that number relates to this chakra. So I made an algorithm, whichever way you add them up, it will add up to 142857. And that chakra, that code, that mathematical algorithm relates to this center. And so we were able to move these numbers 2 over 7 and so on up to 6 over 7 and found 6 chakras that exist within the physical body. And we've been using those for the 36 years. So we have an accurate way of assessing and testing the chakras. The crown chakra is way beyond outside of the body. Only one outside of the body is 142857. But if you move, I'll give you an example. If you move the 142857, you take the 1 and bring it to the bottom and you get 428571. Interestingly, that becomes the throat chakra. And it is 3 divided by 7, which gives you 428571. So what we did is we actually created all the chakras from that same starting point. So for instance, if I look at the base chakra, it is 714285. It's the same numbers. So you have 6 combinations. And we tested this extensively over the years. So we found a way using algorithms to diagnose or test or tune in to all these 6 chakras, except the last one, which is 22 over 7. It's pi. This is how it came to me. The universe is so huge that every place on the universe, on this planet is at the center of the universe, and every place in the universe is at the center. Now, if you look at a circle and you look at the area, you look at the volume of a three-dimensional circle, pi comes into the picture. Pi links you to this point to the whole. So you have to go back and figure out the arithmetic. I don't have the time for that. But pi is the link. And when I took 22 over 7, then it became the crown chakra. All right? So that's how we have the 7 chakras. The only one that exists that is outside of the 142857 is 22 over 7. That's the only one. So using those, we were able to assess all these chakras in the body easily using algorithms. I just want to introduce the concept of alchemy. And alchemy, I will define very simply. It's a very complex word, alchemy, the master of chemistry, that which is beyond chemistry in the physical sense. Al refers to Father or God too, right? And it's about transforming things from one level to the next. So in alchemy, what you do is, let's assume I feel in myself I'm a number 9. And I feel okay with that. But I come to a place where a better version of me is 12. So what I need to do is add 3 to 9. And then 9 disappears and 3 disappears and I get 12. So that is an alchemical process. 9 plus 3, and then you don't have 9, you don't have 3. So here's what. We have a bank of information using the entire periodic table in chemistry, from hydrogen all the way through gold and platinum and oxygen and whatever. So we have all of that as matter, which we can use as vibration, which we can use as information. Okay? And with that, with combinations of them, and what I've done is to create 25 out of the lot of very powerful combinations. So if I want to take water and make it into a healing water, right? Maybe. So this is not an experiment. This is actually good, solid years of research where you take water, and water is water. The best quality water has 3 components. It has kinetic energy, it has solar energy, and it has magnetic energy, Earth's magnetic energy. So water is created like this. The best quality water is created like this in nature. Water from the lakes and from the ocean evaporates. It goes up in the sky, it forms clouds, which is then exposed to the solar energy, the sun's energy, which is vast. And then that falls as rain and goes into the soil, into the aquifers, where it now gets in tune with the Earth's magnetic energy. And then it decides when it's ready, it comes up in a spiral as a spring in various places. It might even go up into a mountain and then come down like a waterfall. And it is in motion, it has kinetic energy. So the water in its best state for the human body must have magnetic energy, it must have solar energy, and also it must be moving. So when you put water and it gets stagnant, let's assume you have a waterfall and somebody blocks the water. When you go back 3 months later, guess what happens to the water? It gets all kinds of creatures, it gets moss, it gets all kinds of stuff growing. The water is now stagnant, no longer with motion, with the kinetic energy, and therefore attracts all kinds of stuff that could create. The same way, when our energies get stagnant too, and when the water in our body is stagnant, then we're in trouble. So the best way to get your lymph and your water flow, your system moving, including your blood, is to move, walk, run, exercise. And if you do that, then you get water moving in your body. Otherwise, everything's stagnant. So if you sit for a long time, then you have problems. Except at a vibrational level, if you sit in the correct posture, then you could get the water to move even in the sitting position. So when people say sitting can lead you to a shorter life, if you sit right, then at a vibrational level, you get the water to be moving, even in the sitting position. What's the correct posture to sit? Tell you what, the world is designing human beings to be, it is all getting you to get your sacral bone pulled inwards, okay? Just watch Usain Bolt and look at his posture, right? He has his sacral bone tucked out, so he walks like this. Ever seen that? You remember that? Right. When the sacral bone is pulled out this way, guess what happens? The sacral bone is the only bone that I have discovered, I have not seen this written anywhere. It has tiny bits of quartz in it, quartzite. It's the only bone that's that. And it is called the sacrum because it is the most sacred bone in the body. So the most important bone in your body, as far as I'm concerned, from an energetic point of view, and even health, is your sacral bone. But in 99% of the people on the planet, the sacral bone has gone inwards like this, tucked in. Right? Now, if you want to know if your sacral bone is in or out, just sit where you are and take a deep breath and see where the breath is coming from. If it is coming from the chest mainly, your sacral bone is real tucked in. And if it's coming from the belly only, your diaphragm, then your sacral bone is somewhere partially out. The more out it gets, the greater flow of energies, divine energies from within the human body, moves up the spine silently without you having to do anything. And what happens? There's a meeting point in a cave in the brain called the cave of God, cave of Brahma in yoga. And when that happens, it draws from the universe the energies of the divine, and the two meet in that cave. That is the ultimate union in the human being. It is the ultimate puja, according to some other tradition, where God and man meet. And if we can find ourselves in that position, we can sit in that position, automatically we have the two coming together. Here are some of them, and I would only list one today. And that is, if your bone is tucked in and you have very little energies moving up, then guess what happens? The first point of interaction is the sex center. It drives you towards sex, and you have sex, then all the energy is dispersed. If the sacral bone is out and you have an enormous amount of energy flowing up, it will go through every chakra and get up to that higher level. That cave called the third ventricle. That's what I'm talking about, the third ventricle. And that's the meeting point of God and man, or the God in man and the God of the whole universe meeting in that cave. If the sacral bone is out, you will have an enormous amount of energy all the time, constantly. But if it's tucked in, then you're in a mess. So one simple exercise to get the sacral bone out is simply this. Put your hands up in the air like that. Stretch. You have to keep that stretch. If you have difficulty holding the stretch, you just do that instead. And you go up on your toes, up and down. And practice this every day, regularly. Let it be. Gradually, it will get the bone out. So that's the technique. Interestingly, this technique influences all the chakras that we are talking about, the 5 chakras. Okay? So that's a simple exercise. Your hands up in the air. How many of you here practice that exercise daily? Daily, not once in a while. Just a handful. We have taught this exercise for many years. Right? So that's where we are at. We always get a small percentage of people. You know something interesting? We have 101%ers in Trinidad. We all belong to a 1%. Right? Even right now in doing that exercise, we have a small fraction of people, and 1% too. Now, how do you activate this center? It's simple. You cross your legs at your knees, and you cross your elbows, and you put it up in the air, and you breathe. And if you do this, if you stand up and do it, if you want to try it right now, I'll give you a moment to do it, you would realize that you can only breathe from your belly, right? Which is very important. You can only breathe from your diaphragm in that posture. You try it out. You cross both and take a deep breath at your elbows, up in the air, and breathe. You cannot breathe from the upper chest at all. You can only breathe. No, you don't cross it like that. Elbows should be crossed. No, put your head back. Right. Then you get a little bit of crossing, and then you breathe. Did you notice that you could only breathe from your diaphragm? Yes, Dan?
You have no choice.
Right. You have no choice. So this exercise will train you to get your diaphragm working again. When you are a baby, you breathe. As you breathe in, the belly comes up, belly goes down. Belly comes up. When you breathe out, it goes down. As we get older, guess what happens? The diaphragm gets stuck. You're breathing from up here, and then you are slowly dying because you're not getting enough oxygen in your system, right? So you have to get back, even at our age, get back to your belly breathing, your diaphragmatic breathing. The third exercise that I've given people works on the crown chakra. And it's this simple posture where you put your hands up in the air, turn the fingers towards you, and you take a deep breath. And while you're breathing in, imagining that the whole universe is becoming you. Then you hold the breath, turn your hands out, and while you're breathing out through your mouth, you imagine that you are becoming the universe. Always end by coming back into you with an in-breath. Because I always say you don't know where you end up in the universe. All right, so those are the 3 simple exercises that you can do to help yourself. But if you don't practice, it's not going to work for you. Right? So I just repeated them so that you remind yourself. Right now I'm giving the information at a higher octave so it gets into your thick brain skull. All right. Going back to the algorithm. So we talking about alchemy as well. And alchemy is simply taking the water, and this water is one that comes from the atmosphere, not from the earth. So now we have a water that is actually taken straight from the earth. So it's missing some of the earth's energy. And now we look into the periodic table. How can we bring this to heal the body? Working at all the chakras, looking at all the organ systems, and so on and so on. Then we find the right combination of elements to put into here. The idea behind it is that the elements will then work with the water molecules and change it in such a way that it carries the information now of healing the body. And that's what we achieve with this. Right? So when you drink this water, it is a healing water. It works at all the chakras, all the organ systems. Now we come to the organ system very briefly. We found 12 algorithms that we were able to create, and the numbers were 1 divided by 13 up to 12 over 13. So you have 12 of them. And interestingly, you end up with 12 organ systems. And I can probably quickly name them for you. So one is the immune system, another one the hormonal, the reproductive, the cardiovascular, the metabolic system, and I will name some of them. 11 over 13 is the brain and nerve system, 10 over 13 is the urinary system, 8 over 13 the digestive system, 3 over 13 is the blood system, 6 over 13 the respiratory system, 12 over 13 the musculoskeletal, and 5 over 13 the lymph system. I didn't name some of them, but 12 organ systems. So we can identify easily, and we have tested these with CT scans and blood work and so on, with conventional systems. And we've been using these, in the practice, the doctors are using that all the time to diagnose accurately where the problem is at. So that's algorithms, and that to some extent we're talking alchemy. So now we come to a place where we actually we're looking at the technologies. Since we have established a way of moving information from wherever we are to wherever we want in the world without involving Wi-Fi or any electronic system, because we're using the quantum field, all right? So at that level, we decided, okay, how can we help mankind further? And my objective has been to remove the programming of 3Ds as the core of all of it. So we've been working for the last 3 years, since the 6th of January 2020. Quite interesting is, some years ago, in 2006, a friend of mine came back from India. And that year, there was the blooming of a flower called the Neela Karinji. And I had some intuitive insight into this thing, something that had dealt with Neil. And, you know, I started thinking flowers, and I asked a friend of mine, and he says, Neil Kamal is the blue lotus. And I started investigating that. I asked Nala, she was coming back from England at the time, to get me some blue lotus, so he got it. And then I realized that's not what I was looking for. And then when this friend came back and we started talking about the Neela Karinji, I got excited. I felt, that's it. So we decided when the flower was coming back into bloom the next time around, which is 12 years later, 2018, we'd all make a trip to India, not realizing that that was taken seriously by some people in this room here right now. And I seriously, like my wife Zulima, she always has a problem with me because I do not think too far in the future. I try to live in the moment. You know, when my mother used to say, what you want for lunch when we are finished with breakfast? Can't think about lunch, you know? And it's always irritating like that. So my wife does all the planning. Thank God for that, and she does a wonderful job. But I cannot be in the future. I just don't, because I don't feel that the divine exists in the future. So much so that I always tell people, God doesn't know when Harry Ramnarine is going to die. They always look at me kind of, oh, what a strange character. And I believe that 100% because the only reality is now. So in the moment when, if that is going to be, at that time, God and I will know at that time. Because there's no future in the divine, you know. There's no future. We create the future. We constantly pushing our thoughts into the future. But the divine is now, this moment. And this moment always becomes this moment. So kind of get your head around that. So we identify algorithms. We identified to some extent alchemy. So we are doing alchemy. So we could take a human being. And here's what. We enter into a sphere where meditation is the main idea. We have been given meditation from ancient of days, how to sit in quiet. Every one of the holy men who came to the planet, the great teachers who came to the planet, taught meditation, you know. Do you know Muhammad used to be in a cave, sitting in the silence? Did you know that Jesus used to be up on the hill, on the mount, among the trees, the olive trees, sitting in the silence? Did you know that the Buddha found a beautiful tree, and he sat under the shade of that tree, on the shade of that tree? And I started thinking, well, all these guys are doing this, so maybe I should get involved in that as well. And so in 1976, I decided to stop praying totally. Get it? It just went. Why? In 1976, a question I had put to God, God, when I came in the world, I want to know who came in the world. And I didn't get an answer for a long time. 15 years later, when I was 23 in 1976, you can calculate my age. So 1976, the answer came out of the blue, and I thought there was no answer. And the answer was simply this. Came as a very powerful thought. When you and everybody else and everything in the universe is God manifesting itself in the forms. So then I thought, well, creation went out of the story. There's no such thing as God creating anything. You and I can create. God has no boundaries. You know, when people tell me, you know, Doc, you got to stand before God on the day of judgment. Say, please, could you tell me where I'm going to stand? I could stand before Diane, right? I could stand before this building. But God is infinite. There are no boundaries. So where am I standing? So you see how confused we can get with listening to everybody around us. So in that time period, I started thinking, and I got to the point where prayer went away. Because I started to wonder, who am I talking to? And within seconds, I got to the place where I decided the way I'm going to run my life is just live on a daily basis, on a moment-to-moment basis, the best that I can, like a divine person. That's it. Just live your life like a divine person. And whoever your ideal is, follow that. It's the same. Whether it's Jesus or the Buddha or Mohammed or whoever. It doesn't really matter to me. So that's my journey. Just go and live your life like a divine person. Of course, you're going to make plenty of mistakes as you go along, but every mistake is important in your life once you correct it. It's not important if you don't correct it. And hopefully, the mistakes we make is an eye-opener to help us to make adjustments to do it better the next time. We don't keep, it's really stupid to be making the same mistake over and over. So please, you all don't get into that. There's one little thing I want to share with you again. So here's what I've learned. We all here are accustomed to picking up other people's karma. Karma. The word karma simply means it could be good or bad, but I'm talking about bad karma. So here's what I'm going to share with you, and I hope you understand this today, that you don't have to repeat it in the future. Here's what. If I were to do something really bad to Barbara, then immediately, I know I'm doing something. There's no murderer who doesn't know that he actually killed you. I mean, if I'm in that position, I would lie all the way through to save my life. But he knows he killed. So I'm doing something bad to Barbara. Immediately, the way the universal energy, the quantum field operates is this, that I am going to get some bad energies. Let's call it suffering or bad karma. Immediately that happens. But here's how I could get rid of all of this bad karma immediately. I just get enough irritation into Barbara where she gets angry and upset with me. And in her mind, she's going to be really upset with me. If I could get her to do that, guess what happens? She downloads all of that karma that I've just created in myself. Have you not wondered how there are certain people in the world live longer than the average, are far wealthier than the average, and they do all kinds of things? Now you could understand how they operate. So I'm going to ask you all, start your life. Don't take up anybody's bad karma. Whatever people are doing, do like the Buddha or like Jesus. You know, there were two stories. The Buddha, somebody was walking through a place, a village, and a man came on and started abusing him. And he listened and listened and listened. But the man continued. So he said, brother, I have something urgent to do in the next village. When I'm finished, I'll come back and you'll continue. So you understand the state of the Buddha. Jesus on the cross, where they're putting nails on his hand and things, pain, trying to destroy the man's physical body. He said, Father, forgive them, because they don't understand what they're doing. That is the state we need to get into, so that we don't pick up and take everybody's bad karma. If you start walking your life like that from today or tomorrow, your load will be lighter on your shoulders. Please, I have committed myself, no matter what people do to me, I am not picking up anybody's bad karma. See, we are in the habit of getting angry and getting upset for what people do to us. What we are not aware of, that's the workings of the quantum field, the God field. One man said to me, no, Harry, you have it all wrong. They have to suffer. I said, no, they learn the techniques. Look at them. They are the most wealthy, and they live longer on average than the average human being, because they offload every stuff. Watch at the leaders in countries, how they behave. And you would think, like, say, in this country, one man get up and say something, half the population upset and angry with him. And he gets away. Because he makes sure at the end of it, irritated inside of you. So I'm just explaining all of that to help you to understand, don't start walking your life differently. Don't take up anybody's karma. Commit yourself for that. Right. So now getting back on track. So we looked at ways in which we can start helping people. Just by the way, you know, there are vibrational patterns that you can use for different things. So we have done a lot of research. We know the vibrations you could help to reduce, reverse the aging process. But don't come to me and say, Harry, look, I've taken this, and you're 69 years old, and it's looking the same. You know what? It will take a lot. If you're 70 years old and all these wrinkles and everything, you have sarcopenia where you lost your muscle mass and so on, and you're trying to anti-age, it will take a long time. If you're 40 and you're looking good, it will be easier to go back to like a 20-year-old or 18-year-old. But when you reach to my age and the 70s, and some of you are like that too, it will take a little bit of time, plenty time to get back. But it's possible. It's possible. It's quite possible. Here's what. All of us sitting here, we have about 60 trillion cells in our bodies. That's an average. But how many of you know that you have over 600 trillion other cells in your body? How many know that in your body? Right? Those are called the God cells in you. They are indestructible, seriously. So you have 10 times more cells in your body, which I call the God cells. They're the God cells. They'll listen to any thing that you put into them, So if you program them or activate them to think in the right direction, then you can create your body. So here's the concept of heaven and reincarnation all come together with the truth. I'm giving you the truth as revealed to me. It is not about dying to come back. It is not about when we die, we go into heaven. We already live in heaven. We need to lift our frequencies so that we can be in tune with it and sync with it, and then we can be in heaven. We can slip in and slip out when we want. Here's what is reincarnation. Sitting inside of you, you have trillions of God cells in you. You don't have to die. If you die, you're finished. That's an old story. We've been conned into accepting that by all the religious concepts. What I'm saying to you, these God cells are waiting, and the time has come for us to start to activate them to recreate this body. The body that we're all sitting with here are fully tainted with all the ancestral patterns. Just think of yourself with two parents, and each one of them with two. You know what? You're like a huge bus loaded with stuff inside there at the genetic level. All right? And all of that will manifest. I will tell you, at the beginning of life, when your thymus gland is pretty big compared to your body and strong and working, your immune system will be fighting those, and hence all the childhood illnesses that you get, most of them are related to the fight of these things. If it's fighting the TB trait in you, you'll get problems in your chest and pneumonia and so on. But it's related to that. Okay? But when you get a bit older, way past puberty, when the thymus gland starts to go downhill, which is interesting, gets less and less, then the body gets quiet. Doesn't deal with that anymore. But when you get to old age, when the immune system starts to go downhill, then these things will turn around and manifest at that time in your life and take your life away. You all got that? Your body's fighting, but then you end up with antibiotics and all that. And I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. You have other ways in which you deal with it, plus the antibiotics. We are not against rights with medicine at all. Find the time to use it in the right place and the right time with the children. But at the same time, when you get older, what is happening is the cancers will come in, the heart attack will come, the stroke will come, because that's when the inherited patterns are now at a place where your immune system can't deal with it. So they will come on you like a ton of bricks, and you will go out of this life with that. So that's what's happening. How do we deal with all of this? We have had the one single method outside of medicine is meditation. Meditation. And in meditation, guess what happens? When the mind gets still, you are infinitely connected to the source of life. That's why it says in a beautiful set of words, be still and know that I am God. You don't get to know who is God. You get to know that you and God is the same. You come back to your beginning. When you came into this world, it is the divine God manifesting in a form. So in meditation, that was prescribed in all religion. Is it interesting that they gave us meditation in every religion, and they also gave us fasting as well? It's interesting. Why? Because if you could enter the quantum field, do you know that you don't need food? You will be supplied with the manna from heaven, which is light. So you don't need food. How many of you here, while meditating, you entered such a deep meditation that you are aware that you're not breathing at all? How many? Anybody has experienced that? Where is Winthrop? Oh, Winthrop has his hands up. Because he's a yogi. So the yogis have taught us how to control breath. Wim Hof is showing us a similar thing, right? In the modern age, the modern yogi, the 21st century yogi. And so if you learn to control your breathing, and I've taught people how to reduce your breathing down to 3 breaths a minute, you have to practice like 6 and 5 until you get to 3 breaths a minute. When you get to 3 breaths a minute, you start to produce dark energies in your cells. This dark energy, I'm calling dark energy, is for regeneration of your body. When you get to 2 breaths, it goes even more dark energies. When you get to 1 breath, even more. So if you practice the Wim Hof method or this method of slowing down the breathing, so on a daily basis, I practice, start with 2 breaths a minute, And it means 15 seconds breathing in slowly and 15 seconds breathing out slowly. There's no stopping anywhere, no holding breath. And then again, 15 seconds in, 15 seconds out. That would be 2 breaths. Then you could go 20 seconds in, 20 seconds out, 20 seconds in. That's 1.5 breaths. And then you could go 30 seconds in and 30 seconds. Don't try to rush there. Take time. You have a long life ahead of you. Take time. Be patient. Don't try to rush. You might just do more harm to yourself. So that's a technique that could enhance the dark energy by slowing down your breath. Humming and sound also enhances dark energies. And there are many techniques. So how do we harness all of this? The problem we have faced in the modern world, here's a good example. You know what frequencies are running through this room, going through that thick wall, going through this wall too, and if you're on the other side, you can still have access to your Wi-Fi. You know what is the frequency of 4G and 5G? It's running into huge volumes, okay? Huge volume, gigahertz range as well in the 5G, I believe. Now think about that. You don't even know it, but that is also penetrating the thick skull like this and entering every cell in your body. When you are sleeping, you think you're sleeping, everything is happening because of the Wi-Fi going straight through as well. You're more susceptible during the night than during the day. Why? Because during the daytime, you have the sympathetic nervous system activated. You are more active, and so you have a little bit more energy. In sleep time, everything collapses, and you're resting, and you're supposed to be resting to regenerate your body in dark energies. So that's what we get in sleep. Our bodies regenerate that dark energies, and the more you put, blackout curtains, the better, darker is, the energies in the room, and the more you can regenerate. I mean, I tried using that when I get up in the morning. I take a long time to catch myself. I'm still drowsy, and you're moving around. It takes time because you go deeper into sleep. So get some dark-out curtains. Advertising for a company called Moda Life. So that's a dark energy. So that's a technique. How do we harness all of that? The modern world, what I'm saying to you, is hard to do meditation because of all of these frequencies. It's very difficult. If you even try without the Wi-Fi on at all, it is still difficult because the amount of information is bombarding us. One day in my office, I told somebody, they have somebody dancing there, standing right there. The person looked at me. I said, you have somebody reading news right on that side. So he said, what are you talking about, Doc? I said, all we have to do is bring a receiver set and change the channel, and you will see how many people in the room at the level of the pixels information. But we're using a television set, which is a receiver. So how many stations you have in your TV set in your room? Hundreds, right? And all of that is present here. So suppose, just for fun, suppose you think you make a tiny TV and you swallow it, and it gets inside of you, right? And let's assume you can activate it. You know how many people are dancing, how many people singing, how many people reading news, and how much of chats you have inside there? And just using imagination a little bit. So that is the problem we have faced in the modern world. Apart from it's so difficult to meditate, it is with the modern world and all this energy, extra energies that we are having, it makes it even more difficult for us to get there. And more so when they put data that you want to get. You're hungry for information. So you go on your things and you're watching all this. And you go from one to the next and you spend hours of this. It's information that may be okay. But we have become hungry for information. But you lose out on the other side. The ability to be in the stillness. The ability to lift your life, your consciousness. It goes out. So that led us to dig deeper. And we have been digging deeper to create a technology that would help us. Here's what it is. So the meditation is reversed. Instead of us having to go there, which is the most difficult thing, we've developed a technology where we bring the quantum field into you. And that's the technology we developed. But let's start with, as I said, I don't like to, but we have to at this stage. This is a shape. We created an algorithm to bring you into theta and delta brainwave frequencies. And from that algorithm, we had to design a shape that will create the effect of the algorithm. The algorithm was huge. It was a 17 by 17 squares with about 8 squares within itself, a square within a square. Very complex. Then it took us a long time, and I think Divya is here somewhere, you could show your hand, who worked menacingly with people in India who could have done this, until we finally got one guy who could do what we wanted. It took a long while because he sent different shapes which didn't work until he got the shape right. And this particular stone with this shape, no matter what the material is, we then were able to do a little bit of work on it to just check them to make sure that it is equivalent to, most of them we didn't have to do anything once you got it right, to theta and delta. So when you sit and hold this in your hands and you sit quietly, this is helping you to get into the theta and delta frequency. But a lot of people cannot, when they get there, they're not accustomed to it. So what happens is they fall asleep. Because as I said before, death is a permanent unconscious state. Sleep is a temporary unconscious state, but meditation is the same as sleep, but you are aware and conscious. So when you get to that level, people fall asleep. But you have to train yourself now to stay awake and aware. And that's a little bit more training. So that's what we created this for, to help people to get to that. And how many people are using that here and seeing some good results from it? We have a number of people, right? So this is a technology. And we're only talking about it because it is a useful technology. I use that every day myself. And it does get you into that beautiful stillness. It gets the mind very quiet. The other thing is we're going to talk about is the concept of what our program is. So we're also looking at the genetic material and your genes. For every bit of protein your body has to produce, including all these important enzymes, like the one I call, disturbances affect the genetic code. And whatever is happening to us, our genetic material is just being pushed in every which way. We do not even know, there's a lot of data which is telling us, we don't know if it's conspiracy theory, we don't know if it's truth, that even the vaccine has been changing our genes. I don't know the answer to that, really. If you look at my face, maybe I'm lying, but I'm just telling you. But maybe we just don't know. But certainly we are seeing a lot of negative things post-vaccine. Maybe it's a different energy in the environment, and we could blame other things. But maybe it's also related to the vaccines too. We don't know. But what we need in our life now, it is very difficult for people to attain a higher level of consciousness. Extremely difficult. Would you all agree with that, with all the stuff that is happening today? When we had the pandemic, you know what was the worst thing that happened to all human beings? We created fear. We created a type of fear. There are different types. If you study Edward Bach, there are different types of fears. Fears of known things, fears of the unknown. But there's a fear called terror and panic type of fear. Rock Rose, who knows the Black remedy? Thanks. Rock Rose is a fear that literally you feel that you're going to die. And what happened, every country in the world were recording every single day the amount of deaths. This is the first time in my life, and probably in your life, everybody in the world were recording how many deaths every day. You could go on a site which put all together on how many deaths in the world every day. And when we all got into that, guess what? We generate a whole lot of fear inside of us. Maybe I'm next to be hit with this virus that doesn't have a brain, and you have a big brain, and you have to deal with a virus that doesn't have a brain, and you fall down on your knees, you know, and you succumb, and a lot of people died. And they died because of the Rock Rose state, the fear. And fear is the biggest issue in life. Once you have fear and you get caught in that fear, there's no way in life you could connect to the source of life. You are totally cut off from the source of life. And therefore, you put yourself in a place where you could die. Even if the virus was only going to do a little bit in you, it will do 120% in you because of fear. And once we got into that, all is lost. So today, what I'm saying is that we have difficulty in achieving what we call the stillness or the meditative state. That's almost impossible as we see it today. So we had to go deeper, dig deeper to find a way in which we can help people. Instead of trying to get them into the field of God, the God field, the quantum field, can we find a technology that will bring the God field into you? That's our divine nature to start with, but we have gone away from it. And yes, we have succeeded. So that's what happened. You know, and it's incredible. What I see within that technology, I call it a technology, but it's a technique, is a simple system where it is so simple, it is beyond the minds of people, because people need to see things going through wires and things going through Wi-Fi and so on. This is way beyond that. This is a God technology. Why it came to me, I don't know. It's just because maybe I've been looking at life in a different way all my life. And it's a lot of persistence, a lot of frustration, but I've kept my hand on the plow constantly throughout the whole process until finally it happened. And so we have a technology available, and the technology is a very simple concept. And I will show you something interesting. So I can take somebody who's never been to our practice. Anybody who's never been to our practice? Any new person here? No? Come. So we go up here, go around that way. So we're going to put this here, and you're going to stand over there. Now, this is not a test that is highly scientific. We use instruments for testing these things, and all our research is based on using electronic equipment, right? But this gives you an idea. So we will attempt to give you the idea. So stand facing me. Yes. And my objective is to get an idea of her strength, not to pull her down. That's not my intention. Just to get an idea of your strength. So let's have a look at your strength. So just hold strong, and that's your strength. Yes. Okay, now you could step on this. Okay. Yes. And now we just wait 3 to 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And now hold strong. Do you see a difference at all? You sure? You want to try it again? You think I was faking? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No. So, what we've been doing over the last 6 or 7 weeks now is we have sent out, not this one, but the one I use as my receiver in my office that I make. Each of the doctors in Ishtara, they have a transmitter receiver to work in the office, so they could create informational medicine, right? But we did create, with time and testing, a separate transmitter and a separate receiver, so that we can activate this and make it work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for an entire period, all right? And what we have achieved is an entirely different system away from the use of our system. So right now it's still working. It is still working for people that I have. We have somebody in Vancouver Island, somebody in St. Martin, several in the States, and several in Canada. And we have all had positive feedback. We have one as a colleague who's a medical doctor, and he's had a severe issue with his health. And when I called him one day, actually it was interesting. I called him, and his voice was kind of down, and then he gave me a story, and I realized he was not very well. But he has improved a whole lot. In fact, he's not yet better. He's about our age, because in QRC he was in our time. I have another QRC colleague there, Winthrop Harewood. And Everett was in my class in medical school. So thank you for being there, because we all worked together in those times, helping each other. So, and in QRC was the same as well. So this guy is doing much better. Most people around him is saying to him, you look better, you're sounding better, you are better. But it will take time for his body to catch up with it. But so far, everyone has had improvement. And this is happening miles and miles away. So we have tested this thing thoroughly in our office, and we have tested it abroad as well, and it has been working. So how is this thing working? It is working by bringing the quantum field into you. It took a long time because we had to get all the chakras, all the systems, all the meridians together. And then every now and again something comes up. Like recently, we did a change in all the algorithms, and we found something that was missing. So we tested people in the office and discovered we were looking at an aspect of the human being that is, let's say, that everybody has. So there's a substance in all of us that is the same. So at that level, remember what I said earlier on, that you are the divine manifesting in this form. So there's something in all of us that is the same. I call it the substance in us. Maybe it's what you call the spirit in us, or whatever you want to call it. It is the same. So then I started looking at, are we in tune with that individually? And then I made a different attempt to try to get that involved in it. And then it made a big change in the whole algorithm. And all of these have been programmed. So now, what about this now? So this is simply an algorithm with numbers, and it is a receiver for a transmitter. So obviously, one of the questions that we can say with this is that anybody can copy this and make duplicates and even sell it and do whatever they want with it. But that is not possible. I'll tell you why. What we did, we found a technique where this is not linked to any transmitter right now. What we did is put all the data into the material. So right now, as we demonstrated this is not linked to any transmitter. So that if you try to make a copy, if anyone tries to make a copy of it and steal the information, it will not work. The information is held within the material. So it took a long while to be able to do that and to put all the data. So when you put your hands on it, you are connected to it. And what you're connected to, it is actually literally bringing the divine energies into your body. So we are actually, instead of you trying to get back in tune with God, we are bringing the God energy into you. You know, it reminded me of a guy called a mystic, Mr. Eckhart. Mr. Eckhart, is that his name? Meister. And he made a statement which had an impact on me. The information was, if I have to choose love or to choose detachment, somebody asked him which he would choose. He said he would choose detachment. And they asked him why, and he said this. It was a bit confusing to me at the time I read it. He said, if I choose love, then I will be forced to love God and whatever is God in the universe. And that's a hard thing to do. But if I choose detachment, I force God to love me. Rather confusing, but I got some aspects of it. But it helped me, and when I understood that, it helped me to understand, instead of us trying to get in tune with the field, let the field get in tune with you. And so this is a gift from the higher forces, work through us. As I said, I feel like a sand grain compared to what this does. I feel small size. The more I think about this, the more small size I feel in my own self. But, you know, sometimes you have the canal that just your channel for the water to flow. And I'm not saying this to try to make myself humble or whatever. It literally has helped me to feel that way. That I'm just that, like the conduit for this and whatever it is. And it's a beautiful technology. You know, we're not here to promote the product, to sell a product. We're here to talk about it so that then if you're interested, then you could talk to Ishtara Centre. It is, you know, we have tested people just standing on this, putting your feet on it. And when that happens, everything is balanced in you because immediately within 15 to 20 minutes or even up to 30 minutes in some people, one person on my left said she did it for 4 hours. Now she's hiding her face. And, but the thing about it is that it does bring the entire spectrum into your sphere. And therefore, so if I am 70 years old, it will take me longer than somebody who is 12 years old. So that's what the fact of life is all about. So we know that we are at a place where we can now change the way we are. We can bring us back to the space of the godly, the holy, in tune with the spiritual nature, in tune with God. And that's my objective. The biggest part of that objective and the core of it is to remove the program of disease, degeneration, death. And yes, that will do it. We have 7 more years by 2030. And I mentioned the Nila Karinji. The next blossoming of the Nila Karinji is 2030 from 2018. And we chose to start that project without thinking in 2020. And in 10 years, that is also be 2030. So by 2030, I hope that a lot of you people here would, if you get in tune with the source itself, and this is just a technology to help you. Now, you might be able to do it without this. That's okay. But I always look at technology like this. I could walk home right now, or I can take a technology called a car. Simple. You know? And so you could choose. So that's what the technology is all about. So we will break for lunch, I think, around now. And then we come back and talk a little bit about some of this, a little bit more. bit about the technology and how it's to use and what we expect to go through. So one of the things that I put into this, we identified a particular plant remedy, which is Rauwolfia serpentina. It's a plant that came from India. And we tested that plant, and that has an enormous amount of anti-aging effects. There are other things that we can also add. So we did upgrade that, or put that in the program as well. We also have longevity as well into it. And what we're looking at is, you can move to a place where if you ask people, can you live 180 years in great health? People will say no, because we look at the average age. But we need to change the mindset on that. And the mindset can be changed by bringing data and information in you, which gives you the opportunity to easily transform the way you think. So how is this used? So you get one of these, and as I've said before, the information is placed within it. Somebody asked an interesting question, whether you can put it into a stone or any device. The answer is yes, it's possible. But the difference is this. Like I explained, if you put it in a stone, and I don't know if I have a stone in my pocket. So if you put it in a stone, this stone is different. It's a crystal that's written joy in it. But if you put it in a stone, it can happen. But the thing is, it's like taking a really powerful LED torchlight or flashlight, and using that, you identify areas that you can treat. Whereas when you use this, it's like the entire sun's energy available to you. So it's different. So this is far better, far more expansive than using a stone. So that's the reason we didn't really look at creating stones. But I did in the past give out a few stones to people who, when I had a meeting with a few people, just talking about all of this, I did give a stone that had that capacity. But using it is different from this. It's almost like you get a small amount of energy, but it takes a long time to feed into the system, so quite long. When you use this, you're actually connecting to the whole quantum field, which is different. So that's the difference. Anyway, the way it's used. So you can sit down on a chair, and you can put it on your lap, and you can put your hands on it. Or you can put it on a desk and put your hands on it. Or you can put it on the floor, and you sit on a chair, because standing for 20 minutes is kind of tough for most of us. So you can sit comfortably on a chair and put your feet on it. We have made it in a size like this and not too large so that you could travel with it. And I use my feet size to actually measure so that it fits. So I'm a size 11, so I got 11 inches. And then I added an extra half. And so it's a 12 by 12, which is a good number. And so you can easily place your feet on it. And even if a tiny bit of your big toe is off, it's okay. That's not a problem. Yes?
Is there anything that could inadvertently eliminate or erase the information?
No. I'll tell you about that in a short while. So once you're in touch with this, you are actually downloading the quantum field. And it's the pure quantum field. You're not downloading the bad stuff in the Wi-Fi or anything into your system. This is really tuning into what the divine energy is all about. It may sound strange, but that's what it is. Because we have tested this in our office for quite a while, several months, and everybody we tested, once they were on this for at least 20 minutes, people feel different. I would say at least about 60% of the people who have put their feet on it, have experienced it, felt some type of tingling, some type of vibration, some type of energy. Some people felt different. They felt more alert. I remember when I had a meeting with about a number of people, about 8 of us had a meeting some time ago. 2 people decided, because they were feeling kind of down, they were able to stand on it, and after about 10 minutes, they felt totally energized, right? All the feedback we have had with this, with individuals who have been very sick abroad, they've all had improvements in themselves, in their lives, and they've reported that. And so that's a way of using this technology. To give more value to you for what you might be paying for the subscription of it, we have also added the healing water. So actually, there isn't another water like this available in Trinidad. I don't know about the rest of the planet, but this is a healing water. This is a lot of work done to restructure the water with information, and the water is a good carrier. Water is a good solvent for physical things. You know, water can dissolve rock as well. Huh? If you have water dropping, drop by drop on rock, it will leave it for 20, 30 years, it will create a pool. So water is a good solvent, but water is not only a solvent for physical things, water will pick up information easily as well. Meaning, if you put a bowl of water or a glass of water in your room and you have a quarrel with your partner, the information and the negative information will go into the water as well. So water literally is a good solvent even for information and data. So it's easy to do that. Now we tried putting in stuff into this that we would want to do, but it's difficult. But because our bodies are already 70% water, we're able to put water into here. So you have added value. Now you can create your own healing water with this. And now you can have the healing water to drink throughout the day. And that's the added value you have with this as well. So that is an additional program that we have in here. Now, what to expect when you take this? It is actually, you know, as you use it with time, in terms of minutes, amount of minutes you're going to be on contact with it. The minute you have connection with it, the flow of energy. Now, we already live in that field, and remember that. But we have blockages inside of us. We have all these issues inside of us that actually prevents us from actually having good access to it. If you already have done a lot of meditation in your lifespan, and you are my age, then you would probably get to a place where you already have some kind of good connection with the field, the God field. And so this is even more of a quickening process. So there are two ways in which you could use this. One, you simply sit and you could listen to good music, you know, or you could just sit quietly and just be in contact with the device. And what will happen, that's a passive approach to it. You will still have the field coming into you and searching out and coming into your body and going into every channel, every chakra, every organ system, everywhere. It will still get into your space. And it will start some process of healing at all levels of yourself. There's a more active approach where I have instructed those people who are already using it to bring intention into it. And therefore, if you want to work on a particular issue in your life, then you start with that intention. Now you are now directing the process. So you're taking out of the quantum field, and instead of the passive approach, which most people would just want to have, and just allow the energies to do its thing, you can now, with intention, direct that energy into a particular area. You can direct it to your heart if you want. You can direct it to developing more wealth in your life. You can direct it to have a better relationship with everybody around. So now, whatever you choose, if you want to have more wisdom, more knowledge, more intuition, or you just want to work on the aging process, like some people may be tired of dyeing the hair, and they may say, okay, let me take some time and work on, you know, putting back more energies into bringing back the original color of your hair. All of that is possible. It is just where we are at. If you have only a few gray hairs, you might be able to do it faster. But if you are more gray, like some of us, then it may take a longer time to change the whole picture. And you might get frustrated. But you could definitely improve your whole health very quickly. For the first time in our practice, people using this, we have been able to get to 10 out of 10. You see, we treat people on a scale that goes from 0.1 to 10 because, as you would know, nobody will come to our office if they are 0. You know why, right? Because dead people don't come to our office. So the scale goes from 0.1 to 10. And actually, when we treat people, what we found over the years, and all the doctors would find the same, people in good health go between 7 and 9, 7 and 9, sometimes they go to a 10. But here's the thing, we have been telling our patients, when you get to 7, between 7 and 10, which is 9 and 10 would be an excellent level, and 7 and 8 would be a very good level of health. That's the scale we use. And when you get to that level, here's the problem. you become a tightrope walker. I've been telling all my patients that. So a tightrope walker walks like this. You know, they always walk with something in their hands to balance, right? A piece of rod or something, a piece of wood. And then you have to walk with awareness. You have to know where you're putting your feet, all right? So you have to have, when you reach that level, between 7 and 10, you can easily fall off the rope by just eating something that is bad for your health. You will just go all the way down. And then you say, well, 7 out of 10, or 8 out of 10, what is happening? But then you have to be in tune, you have to be aware, and you have to walk in balance to keep yourself at that level so you can go further. But you see, maybe 60 or more percent of our patients, you know what they do? Okay, we'll go to Ishtara and they will fix us. So they can eat what they want to eat, do what they want to do. It's not about that. It's about trying to change the consciousness of people so that you are aware. If you go, I have always found interesting information, not fun, looking at people at a buffet, right? And you have all these pieces, dishes out there. The way I would approach something like that is I would walk around first and take a good look, and then go back for the second time and decide, this is what I want, that's what I want, and that's what I want. That's it. And somebody will say, you're not trying this one? No. Because I know that's not in sync with me in that day and that time. But most of the people would say, I will try everything. And then you're in trouble, all of you in trouble because of that. But that's the way we are. So you have people who would just do all the things. What we are trying to do here is to help people to get to a level of awareness, level of consciousness, where we can start making the right choices in doing things, in the way we behave, the way we deal with people, the way we deal with food, for instance. And even anything. If you don't feel, I've been to many restaurants. I have friends here. I remember in India once when we were there and I walked in, very nice restaurant. I mean, we were walking on a huge aquarium with koi's, under the glass. And I walked in and I just felt, I'm not eating here. So I ordered a glass of fizzy water, sparkling water. Everybody in the group, and we have some members here. Harry, did you see anything that we need to know? It has nothing to do with me seeing anything. It's just, and everybody in the group, Ramesh, you remember that, right? And I just didn't feel to, I did not eat that evening. I just didn't feel to eat. And it had nothing to do with really something bad. This is just my feeling, I'm not going to eat, and that's it. So I drank my water. We had good company in the group, and a number of people are here from that group. And that's what goes. Now I can go into a restaurant, and if I feel it, I will eat, and if I don't, I will be there, but I will not eat, and that's me. So you have to have awareness, and you have to have, now I know my friend at the back, Nadeem, would say, Harry, but maybe you could change the food. We can do that too, right? But guess what? Why should I pay for food that I have to change and bring it to a higher vibration? That's the same principle we use in our office. Everything that we sell in our office has to have a certain quality. So people will bring stuff, and I remember a case where we had sea moss. So I bought the sea moss and I brought it to the office, tested it, a toxicity of 7 out of 10. So I called the lady and I said, I can help your business, can help you. And now her business has grown. She's in 3 markets now. But I told her, I said, you're using aluminum pots, because I found high level of aluminum in the cooking of the sea moss. And she said, no, I use an iron pot. So then I said, okay. 2 weeks later, she called me back and says, yes, I was using aluminum pot. I said, okay, get a steel pot or maybe glass or whatever, and now do that. Now her toxicity is between 0 and 1, which is equivalent to organic. But I am not going to buy something. So in our practice, I will let you know, anything that has a toxicity of above 3, so 3 and under, it is okay. Our bodies can cope easily with that. But if it is above 3, like 4, 5, 6, 7, we are not going to offer that to our patients. Just recently, for those who buy the turmeric, the coriander, ginger, Dr. Nash came to me and said, this thing is tasting bad. You test this thing. High level of toxicity, everything goes back to the company. And now, but we've been testing their products, but this one was there in the office. We didn't get a chance to test it. But that's what we're about. That, we value the products that even we sell. Make sure that the tech level of toxicity is extremely low. And in our testing, 0 to 1 is organic. Between 2 and 3, we still accept because your body can take it. But I am not going to buy products that is 5 and 6 and 7 and have to work on it and to sell that product. No. You're going to have to go and do a better job with your products. So that's where we are. So going back to this now, you can create your water in it. So all your water, you don't have to buy Ishtara water anymore. And that's quite a saving that you'll have. So we have put that in addition so that you can have a healing water. Within 5 to 10 minutes, a liter of water will be converted with the data on the plate or the square to create a healing water. So now you have another added benefit to the use of this plate, apart from using your feet or your hands on it. If you start using this, first of all, you'll notice an increase in your energy levels, because most people have experienced that. They have more energies. You have to be careful with that, because then you still need sleep sometimes. So you have more energies, and then you could push yourself to doing so much because you have more energies. But just be aware of that. But one of the major issues we have with people doing this, once this thing is coming into your body, all these divine energies are coming into your body, is going to make changes in your body. So let me give you an example. Suppose you're years old and you move to 70, that's 50 years, over 50 years you've reached that point. Now you're taking the 70-year-old and trying to take them back towards even 40 in a shorter space of time. You know what your body's going to do? Quite a bit of difficulties and changes that you may not like, okay? And you have to be aware of that. So sometimes you may need to slow down if that is happening. Or go back on the square again, and the energies will normalize itself. So you don't have to be scared of what is coming through. It is subtle, it is information, and it will help you through the process. So you can either take a break, or you go back on the plate, let's say an hour, 2 hours later when that is happening, and it will help you deal with it. Because that's what it is. It's a benevolent energy. It's not something there to really push in the wrong direction. But one of the things about the use of this is that you are going to notice a lot of emotion, because all of us sitting here, including me, we all have stuff inside of us that we are not aware of. Things like when we were 10 years old and things when we were 40. We are still carrying that as in the informational field inside of us. So what is going to happen to us is when all of this, 2 days ago I got up and I was very depressed. I was feeling so fearful about a lot of things, and I said to myself, oh, no, what's happening here? But within 2 hours, all of it had gone. And it is part and parcel of what is stored inside of me at the informational field within what I call the physical body as well, because everything downloads into the body. So it's stored somewhere in the system, and then this is coming out, and you would observe it. If you learn to be the observer, then you would have less problems. So you can either take a break, go and get some grounding, walk on the earth when those things are happening, get some sunlight. A very powerful exercise to do is actually in the morning, if you get a chance when the sun is coming up, to go and look at the sun with your eyes closed. Not unless you become good at it, you could open your eyes. I wouldn't recommend that. But with your eyes closed, you will see red. All right? And that energies of the sun comes into your body. And if you're grounded, it makes it also very powerful. So from time to time, I get up and I go on the grass and do my stuff, looking at the sun with the eyes closed. So all of these little techniques can help to kind of normalize yourself. But if you go back on the plate again, or the square, then you would get to a place of balance. So don't be scared of it. Whatever is coming through, just become an observer. Don't get caught up. And don't call the office and say, look, I'm getting this, and maybe I need to return the square. Well, you can return the square and get back your money too. That's okay, because we are not fighting anybody. But what I'm saying is that you are going to go through changes in yourself. So the older ones would have a lot more changes, like the ones who are like my age, and we will, because we have a lot of things stored. And just be aware of that, okay? So what we will do, we have a few minutes. So you have water available to you with this, and you also have the ability to have all the healing energies. I can assure you, I'll tell you what,
there isn't a remedy in our office or available anywhere on the planet that isn't in that program. You might ask me, Harry, how can you say that? Well, what I do know is that the quantum field, even between my hands here, carries everything. Carries everything. And therefore, we have access to everything available. So that's why I can say that, because it doesn't really matter. I have tested over the last few months every remedy we have had in the office. I've tested it against this, and it is held in there. But remember, the quantum field, let's remember this idea. The quantum field is the potential for anything and everything. What I'm saying, let me repeat it a different way. The God field that we live in is as a potential for everything. All you need to do is create a thought, and you have that thought. What you're doing, you're using your quantum tool called the mind, and into influencing the field to create what you want. So that's your creative. And if you understand that, then you will start living your life differently, because then you can achieve whatever you want in life. I gave the story of the cell phone simply because this was a big part of that. The idea has been there, but it has been a kind of a rough road, a lot of difficulties, a lot of frustrations in the process. But gradually, I can tell you, I made an algorithm for the magic mushroom. So I never take these things, psilocybin, that's the alkaloid. And interestingly, I decided, because I've never used marijuana, I never used all these drugs and so on. And, younger boys and people today will experiment with those things, but at our age, I never got into that. So I decided intuitively to take that algorithm I made from the magic mushroom for about 2 weeks. Every morning, at daybreak, and every night when I was going to sleep, I took some drops of it for 2 weeks. And an incredible thing happened. I felt strangely, and I realized it was working on the crown chakra. So I felt a oneness with everything. I felt like myself didn't exist. I wasn't feeling like me as an individual. I felt like I lost in the process. But it was a nice place. It was a really nice place to be. And in that state of oneness, I understood what perfect health is like. And perfect health is when you are in a place or in a state where you are not aware of any part of you. Meaning, if you're in a perfectly healthy state, you're not aware that you have a liver. You're not aware that you have a bladder. You're not aware that you have a knee joint. You're not aware of any part of your back, or even a sinus or your eyes. You just function as one. And when you are in that state of oneness, you are in oneness with the whole universe. So you get what I'm talking about? So that happened when I used those magic mushroom algorithm. I didn't use the physical. In fact, some time ago when I had the last 4-session seminar at Ishtara, I think a number of you might be here. Everybody got a bottle of that for free. How many of you did use it? Yeah. So quite a number. Everybody in the group got a bottle to use. And interestingly, the word Ishtara, exactly as that font, we tested that word against all the remedies, and guess what it came up to? Exactly the same as the mushroom, which deals with the crown chakra, which deals with exactly the consciousness of the whole world. So this is validation from me. It doesn't stroke my ego. It's just validation that the word Ishtara connects to the source itself. And the magic mushroom is what was working to open up this chakra so that you connect to the whole. So it was a wonderful feeling for that 2 weeks. And it was during that 2 weeks I was finally able to finish the program when I was having difficulties. So it was getting to the state of oneness, and the frustration that I had. I would spend 4 or 5 hours. One morning I was there 4:30 in the morning and trying to get this thing done, and nothing would happen. Now, the last bit I want to say about this is this, that whatever we use as a transmitter, some of you would know that I've done a lot of research in the human body from an energy level. And the core of all human beings is the element gold. That's why you all love gold. It's the core element of all human beings. So I chose to use gold, but here was my problem, and that was the most frustration in this whole project. Every time I tried to put the program into the gold to use on the transmitter so we could transmit to this, within 48 hours, come back and it's not there. So I came up with two things. One is that the gold I was using was not natural gold. It was 100% pure gold, and it was not as in nature. So I thought maybe the second reason is that maybe I had not reached the level in terms of the oneness that I was talking about that prevented me from making it happen. Or the third possibility is that my own inadequate state, or maybe my own jumpies, or maybe my own negative energies in me attracted negative from the outside by the law of attraction and was also working against me. And it's only when that was overcome, then suddenly, boom, the goal was able to absorb the information. And that was the kind of a moment which I always remember, we got out of that state. So here we have a tool that we can offer to people, and it's an interesting tool. So we got past the goal in it. So the goal is used as the receptacle. It's almost like you could call it the silica chip or the silicon chip that we use to store the data. It's in the gold. It took a long time, a lot of frustration, but finally we were able to get through with it. So that's where that is. Now, this Earth is like a spaceship, and all of us are on it, and it's moving through space. Where the Earth, the planet Earth was when you came in the morning is different from where it is now. When we entered the end of 2019, November 2019, in my practice, I discovered that people had an illness that was different. So November 2019 is when I, in retrospect, realized that the pandemic was in Trinidad, because we had cases that actually were different. We didn't know how to deal with it. November, December, January, February. By March 1st now, we had enough cases that we figured out what to do. And so we created the algorithm that helped us. In order to create an algorithm for a situation like that, we had to go into a right spin mode. A right spin mode would be similar to the disease. And it was the first time an algorithm was created that was equivalent to the virus that was around. I will say it here that this information is interesting, and I choose to say it. The algorithm, when I tested it against all the remedies that we knew, the closest that it was related to the lungs of the older people, the elderly. That was March 1st, 2020. At that point, I said, we have a remedy. And that remedy helped us throughout the whole pandemic until we got to the Delta. And then everything changed. And then we got to Omicron and everything else changed again. So that's the story of the whole pandemic. What I'm saying is, if we have another pandemic, or if we have another situation, because the Earth is moving through space, and I would say that when we started at somewhere in November, or the end of 2019, we moved into a space that equals a lower energy on the planet. And therefore, if you have a lower energy, whether it's in the planet or whether it's in our bodies, a lower vibration, then we can all get sick individually, or the whole planet can be sick. Then at that time, we'll have to find ways in which we have to get it back up. So that's something that we have to think about. So we will constantly monitor this and make sure that the information in this can actually be updated wherever it is in the world and can be used. So that's the story. So if you have a few questions, it's already close to 1 o'clock. If you have any few questions that I can probably take, don't ask too many hard questions. When I put a name to it, I put Ishtara HP on it. with the first number being 3636 at the bottom. And HP meant Healing Project. Healing Project. So when I actually decided to find a name now, I'll tell you the story since you asked. I decided to use my instrument to create names for different things like Ishtara. All our products are called Sonara. And those were all created using the instrument and my intuition. So I decided, let me find a name for this thing that you asked. So, but I was feeling a bit lazy. I feel like I had done enough. So what I did is I just decided, let me find the first letter, and I got a G. And then I felt it's going to take a long time, and I'm not in sync with trying to go through all the letters to find the names. So let me see if I could just get some G words coming into me. And so I tested a lot of G words, and the only one that came up was Genomics. So that's the word. And what this is doing, it is very interesting at an informational level. Here's what. Your God cells inside your body, remember they are God cells, have a different frequency. The cells that we carry, which is tainted by all the ancestors and what we carry, is a different vibration. And no matter what we do, unless we learn how to lift the frequency, we cannot change ourselves. Because we are dealing with the God field, the quantum field, we are able, with this technology, to bring that into your body. And if we're doing that, it is going to change the cell structuring of your body from God. We're going to gradually, all of you, not me, but all of you now could change because you need to use your intention. It's like having a new car and you have it parked up. It's up to you to drive it when you want. You could decide to park it up and cover it and leave it there for the rest of the car, life of the car. So you have a technology where you can then decide what intention you want. And so, do you want to remake your body with the God cells? This has the alphabet, or the vocabulary, as Nala said, to change your genetics into a higher frequency body. Do you all get it? Yes. Thank you. So, if you still have a few questions, I will step down to your level. Yes. It's good for an entire family. No.
Could you speak into the mic? How many people can use one tablet?
Right, it's like a chair. How many people can sit on the chair? You have 6 people in a family. Only one can sit at a time. Or you can sit and put somebody in your lap. So if you choose to sit down and you take your grandchild and put her on you, then the grandchild will be also influenced by it. But generally, one person at a time would be an ideal, comfortable situation. Right?
So,
yes?
it's a big man. You can't have the same chair. Can he sit in it and I can sit in it?
At the same time?
No.
Oh. If it's available, right now, anybody could come and use that one. So if you have 6 people in a family, everyone can be influenced by it or get benefit from it. So all you need to do is just give an hour or 20 minutes to each person. Kind of develop a little router system. Yeah.
So how long until I could stop bullets? From using it until I could stop bullets?
It will take as long as you could create a shield that would give you the opportunity to stop that. But all of you, I can give you a technique to protect yourself right now. All right? The technique is very simple. I've taught many people this, but I've always said, if I teach you this technique, if I teach you this technique, you are not to share it until you master it. And don't ask me when you will know when you master it. You have to figure that out yourself. Because it's like this. If I give you $1 and you give it to somebody, then you don't have $1. But if you take the $1 and you invest the $1, then you can make many dollars that you can share. In the same way, the technique I'm going to give you is invaluable, is very effective, but it's a technique that you have to work to develop in yourself. Here's the technique. So the first thing I give you is a shield. And you use your right hand, and when you say the word hookah, you have a shield. Then I give you a sword, because with a shield, people could be attacking you, and all you do is defending yourself. But when you draw a sword, then you have more protection, because people will be in awe of the sword. So the sword is huya. Hookah, huya. Hookah, huya. And practice until you build your shield and your sword. When you have your shield and your sword, the bullets will not come to you anymore. Everybody got that? H-O-U-K-A, H-O-U-Y-A. Shh.
Hi, Dr. Harry.
Speak up.
Yes, I wanted to know, would there be any residual energy from one individual to the next on the board?
No, no. For those who use the Riala stone as well, if another person used the stone, there's no way that they can contaminate the stone. It is carrying a certain energy that cleanses itself. Only physically you need some soap for the stone. This, you just need a damp cloth and wipe it. That's it, from physical dust and so on. But it is not designed to be contaminated. You know?
Whether if there's anything that could wipe the information or anything
Out.
like that. Out.
All right.
Or it fades with time.
If there's a situation, it is permanent. So far with the glass plates that we use, we have not had any glass plates unless it's broken. If this is broken, we will replace it at the minimal cost of it if you break it within a time period. Yes.
Just a quick, so if I sit on the grid, can I also use it to visualize healing for my family, for example?
Of course. You know, I was hoping that you all get this. When you use this technology, guess what happens? I did hint it early on. You become part of that, and then you become an antenna. Do you know that the human body is the best antenna available on the planet? They can make antennas with all the electronic stuff, but the human body is the greatest antenna. If you just stand like this, you're tapping into a beautiful energy for creativity. Energies are moving down from the universe on top of your head, on your hands, and through your body, through your heart center, and down into the earth. Right? If you do this, you're downloading an energy that helps you to overcome difficulties in your life. But that's another thing altogether. Using your body as an antenna. It's the greatest antenna. So when you're practicing with this, guess what's going to happen? You are carrying a higher frequency, and anywhere you go and anybody you come in contact with, you will be changing them even if you say nothing. You will see that yourself. All right, other question.
Harry, so you had actually grid.
Yes, yes.
Space. And we use that similarly to influence.
Right. So when you're not in use, just take it and leave it in your bedroom, and the information fills the space as well. So that will happen. Any other question?
When you charge your water, does it have a key?
Right. Well, I would assume within 7 to 10 days you would use the water. I think you could do it every day. So why make a ton of water? But I will tell you, if you do it at least 7 days, the information will still be there. We have done this water, and it could stay weeks. But what I'm saying is, if you have the technology, you don't need to store water and leave it there stagnant, you know. All you do is shake it up a little bit and activate the energies before you drink it. Yes?
Doc, quick question. I know you spoke about energizing the water. Can you energize your food as well?
Well, the thing is that we have tried, I will tell you, what we are trying is to get your cell phone fixed through the same technology. We have not succeeded with that yet. Your food, anything that has water in it will have an influence. So if you put your food in it, I could say that definitely some energy will be changed in it. We haven't tested that yet. But here's another part of it. If you are using it, I can tell you, if you just look at your food and you say, I love you, with love flowing into the food, it will transform the food. Or if you take your hands and put it over the food and just stay silent for a while, it will change the food because you're already carrying that energy. So you don't need to be walking around bringing everything into the square. Trust yourself and trust the energies that you are carrying. Does that answer? Right.
Good afternoon, Brother Harry. I don't have a question, but I have an observation.
Okay.
I want to just say, sincerely congratulate you and your entire team for bringing this project to fruition and have it ready. This is a masterpiece. So I think you all should give them a round of applause. And this is a great gift from God to all of us. Because of the amount of years I, myself and family, been coming to Harry and his wonderful team. And there's no occasion we've come and we've gone home back not feeling well. Myself and family had a COVID. That gone. Harry and little baby, 22 months old. Everybody, with the magic that he has and everything that they have done for us. So we want to thank you sincerely. And the word is belief. If you don't believe that this will help you, it will not help you because you put a mental block. You have to remove that and put the word faith. Faith removes fear. Fear is the one that keeps us down. Faith takes you to the glory heights. So have the faith, have the belief that this works magically, transform your life young again or stay ageless like Harry.
I can't help but say that I was a paid advertisement.
Doc, I have a first generation tile. Long ago, you had that little tile that you would put the water on. Ceramic. Right. How far? Right.
And now we have colors, we have a rainbow.
All right.
How far removed, I mean, it could be like chalk and cheese, but how far is the first tile from this one?
Right. I think I answered that question before because what you had there was similar to what we had in the glass square, right? And in the glass square, what you had available to you is the three aspects of water that is natural spring water. The three energies were the solar energies, the Earth's magnetic energy, and the kinetic energy, the motion energy. So restructuring the molecules in the water and turning and twisting them into a different posture. So now we're dealing with a healing water. It's a totally different thing. Okay, if you have the best quality water that comes from a spring, like for instance the pure water that is sold comes from a spring in Cornwall, that by itself is a water that can help your health. But I wouldn't label it as a healing water. It's a good quality water, and it's like any good quality water with the three aspects of what I've spoken about. It's water to hydrate your body, to cleanse your body, and that's what you want water for, and to move things around. This is like medicine. This is healing, totally different. So you could drink water that is like nourishment, but we are dealing with a water that is healing. It's totally different.
And the tiles are significantly different because the first one was only for the water, and this one is for healing the body, and
right.
That's the essence of what it is.
It's not difficult to understand. Water is water. Water is like nutrient. It's liquid light. It is nutrient to your body. It does a lot of things. It nourishes your body. It energizes your body. But what we are talking about with this, you put the water in it, is a healing water, which has the capacity now to make a difference with your health.
Quick question: Would it matter what type of water one uses on that style?
Well, I would hope that you don't drink drain water, right? So all of us here would drink a water that we are happy with, meaning it's either the tap water. Some people are happy with tap water. Some people are happy with a filter system, like what's a normal Brita filter. Some people have Berkey filters. Some people have distillers. Some people have Berkeys and different reverse osmosis. So whatever, Culligan will give you a reverse osmosis, right? Okay, if you get plastic bottled water, here's the thing. In order to transform, you remember we have a plate called Sonara Pure. Okay, let me explain to you what that does. When your body gets chemicals or toxins, remember what is toxic is right spin. In your liver, the chemistry is to conjugate this in such a way that it can be excreted safely. What your liver is doing at a physics level is changing the spin into left spin, right? By the chemical change to the left spin. And now your kidney is happy to excrete, your liver is happy because if you can't do that, the chemical toxins would actually affect your liver and then maybe affect other organs. Now, when you use Sonara Pure, whatever is toxic in there and right spin will be changed into left spin. So that is still useful, and we all still use those tools. And so at the physics level, you're changing the spin and making it easier for the body to deal with. So you can take grapes, and it may have a toxicity because it's sprayed with all these fungicides and so on. And you have a product that has a toxicity of 6. And you put it on the square, and it goes down to somewhere between 0 and 1. Now you're okay. So your body can now deal with the chemicals that you have on the grapes. Right. Any more? Over here. That's now.
You said that that there's no such thing as mental illness. Can you go into that?
Are you a psychiatrist or a psychologist?
A little bit more. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. No.
Well, I have explained this. I've said that what we call mental illness is a term, and we accept that. But in truth, there's no such a thing as mental. The mind cannot go sick. The mind is a God tool, is a quantum tool that relates to the quantum field. When we have a mental illness, you know what they always tell us? It's a chemical change in your brain, some chemistry, and you get a drug to balance the chemistry or to get what you need. What is actually happening in all mental illnesses that we call mental illness, it is happening at the informational field, which is at the physical body level. So I'm just explaining what mental illness is about.
So you think if you fix the physical aspects,
No, you're working at the informational aspect of the physical body. Yes. We are, if you were here at the time when I said the human being is matter, material body, energy system. The energy system is there. It's all the meridians, all the chakras. That's the energy system in the body. And then energy system is also current going through your nerves and so on. Now, that is the energy system. But then you have an informational field. And at the informational field, information is transported rapidly. I can tell you there are 3 methods of communication within the human body. One is, at the physical level, is chemistry. Chemical things like hormones come from your thyroid and gets to your body via the bloodstream and goes to the different organs, right? That's a chemical means of communication. That's the slowest method in the body. Then you have the communication using the nerve system, which goes much faster through nerves. So information from the brain could get, like if I want to pick this up, it's so easy. The information goes very fast. If it was slowly, I would have to go this way, and I might even overshoot. But that's the nerve system. That's faster. And how many of you know the biophotonic method of communication? Anybody here knows about that? So your body can communicate at the speed of light. Go and read Fritz Albert Popp and his research work on biophotons. So if you bounce your toe, at the speed of light, information gets to the whole body. So we have an informational field, which is at the physical body. But I don't have a problem if you want to call it mental illness, but I'm explaining where it's happening at the informational field in you. And if you have to fix it, you have to fix it at the informational field. Right, is that? Right. yeah, it's falling asleep. But not them.
Harry, does the tile need reprogramming at times or?
Right, somebody asked that question. So here's what. It's already programmed, and I'll tell you, as long as I'm around, and if I'm not around, the boys will do it, at least once a day, at whatever time, or even once in a while, if there's a need to add programs, we will do it. Like we recently updated it a few days ago. It's something I discussed already. But once a day, information will be sent to the tile. Yes. So we'll make sure that you do not have, and if you're worried about it, you can always bring it back at some point and we can check it for you because we are here to support you. But I can tell you, the ones on the glass plate so far have never changed. That's what we have done. Updating from time to time. So
You then describe it as you being the cell tower or the telephone company sending you are the transmitter and the receivers are the people who have the device.
right. So you can have 500 people around the globe using it. What I have done already is that the data is already there. And I am almost certain that it cannot be wiped out unless you break it up, destroy it, or you burn it. Now, I can assure you that from time to time, we will constantly be monitoring it because we will have one in our office and we can monitor what your tile is doing. And if there's a need for change, we can upload it straight because from my transmitter, it could go to the receiver anywhere in the world.
So just like a telephone company, so you can shut down the 3G and then have I'm just trying to make it easier for the understanding. Receiver is here, transmitter is there. So that's the cell tower, and you have to buy the phone and pay a subscription every month. Get with the program.
Where is this thing going? Where is this thing?
It's codes. The IMEI on your phone box. IMEI, information, material, and energy. Look the number, it's a code. Go on your phone box. Connect. And I'm the least techno person they have in this room.
Well, okay. So the thing is, the long and short of this is that we will ensure, as long as the Ishtara is around, we will ensure that what.
You know, I already know what's up. I don't need to be there.
All right. So if we have no more questions, thank you very much. I'm happy that you're here because and so we're happy to have you here and we enjoy your company. But more than that, this is a team, this is a family, and we're trying to grow a family. And grow a family with a higher level of consciousness. And that's my objective. All right, so Idril, is that on?
Oh, yes, it is on. Right, so in closing, we'd like to give, vote of thanks for everyone who, helped to make this happen today. We wanted to thank, first of all, my father, for all his years of research, for everything that he shared with us over the years, and everything that he continues to share with us on a regular basis. And we hope that we can... So... So thank you again, Dad, and hopefully we can have more of these events and we could share more information as we continue to do research in Ishtara. We wanted to thank Mr. Edwin McCoon, his entire staff, and Western Scientific for allowing us to use this space today. This was really amazing, the layout of the space, and he shared the space with us to allow us to share our research, our information, everything we had to give out to all our people. So thanks to Edwin and Western Scientific and all the staff that made this possible. We wanted to thank as well Island Panoramics. Those are our AV guys. They were the ones that made this possible to share this, not just with the people in this room, but everywhere in the world. This was shared on Facebook. It was shared on YouTube as well. There'll be a recording as well, so you'll have access to that, so you can go back and you can look at this if necessary. So thanks a lot, guys. We wanted to thank VitaForce Health Food Shop for providing that amazing lunch. And I think we still have a few leftovers there that you all could have as you're exiting. And thanks to you all. You all made this possible. You all were here today. You all came to hear what we had to share. And you all continue to support Ishtara year after year. And we want to give thanks to all of you all. So you could give yourself a round of applause. And also all the rest of our staff at Ishtara, the ones that came out that helped to make this happen. Thanks to Dr. Lange. Thanks to Shireen, who was here, to help us on the guitar, to my mom, everyone who came and helped us out. And can I thank myself, or is that allowed? Yes, okay. So thank you, Adriel Ramnarine. So thanks again, everyone. All right.